Chapter 3104. Zhang Lan regretted his decision as soon as he was about to die. He could have easily obtained the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit and left as long as he spared Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang's lives. However, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit because he wanted to kill the three Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian after they refused to submit to him. Most importantly, he had underestimated the three Duan Lingtian and Lin Fei Yang. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun attacked him, he did not have time to activate the defensive formation he had left behind when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Spurt. After the sword beam that was so red that it was almost purple passed through Zhang Lan's glabella and came out from the back of Zhang Lan's head, the sound spread throughout the cave abode. The naked eye relied on light, and light was much faster than the speed of sound. After killing Zhang Lan, Duan Lingtian did not retrieve Zhang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He did not even take Zhang Lan's spatial ring. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Lin Fei Yang's corpse. At this moment, there was a pool of water hovering above Lin Fei Yang's corpse. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it at all. So this is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian asked the five divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water hovering in front of him that was almost transparent. Apart from the fact that the pool of water was hovering in the air, it was no different from ordinary water. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could not tell the difference. However, when Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the pool of water, he discovered a mysterious energy was preventing his divine consciousness from entering the pool of water. That's right. This is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water. However, it's still in a deep slumber. It only left the host's body after the host died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it? Now, it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it can take it for themselves. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Of course, if it's not satisfied with you as its host after it wakes up, it can leave, of course, with the wise and mighty me here. As long as I open my mouth and persuade it to stay, it will definitely not leave. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone was slightly smug as it spoke. Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about the Chaos Divine Earth's arrogance. He raised his hand and grabbed at the puddle of water in front of him. The moment his hand touched the water, he felt a cold sensation. At the same time, he could clearly see the water flowing down his hand and into his body, finally hiding in a corner of his body. When will it wake up? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It depends on how exhausted it is. However, with us in your body, it'll definitely wake up faster than it did when it was in Lin Fei Yang's body, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Primal Chaos Divine Flame said, We're both divine element spirits. Although we're not of the same kind, our auras can still provide some help to each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I remember you were able to help me refine pills when you were in your second form. The profound divine metal was able to protect my soul when it was in its second form as well. Although the world-cleansing divine water is only in its second form, will it be able to help me in some way? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked this question. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said, The world-cleansing divine water has already acknowledged you as its master. Although it's unconscious, it'll still make a move if you're in danger, the Primal Chaos Divine Flame said. In its second form, the world-cleansing divine water will form a layer of defense around your body when you're in danger. It'll help you offset some of the impact. Naturally, the defense it provides is not as good as the defense provided by the Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth's smug voice rang in the air. Of course, my forte is defense. Who among the five divine elements can compare to me in terms of defense? Defense? That includes soul defense? As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent immediately. Its forte was material defense. As for soul defense, the profound divine metal was the best among the five divine elements. After a brief silence, the Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, apart from that, if you want to inscribe celestial talismans with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the success rate of inscribing high-difficulty celestial talismans will increase exponentially. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian learned about the benefits of the world-cleansing divine water in its second form. Did you just absorb the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements? A voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. At this moment, he discovered Ling Jueyan was standing in front of him. You recognize the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. Ling Jueyan nodded. Then, he continued to say, Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless for you to absorb the world-cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as their host unless they're unconscious. Even if you absorb the world-cleansing divine water and make it recognize you as its host, it'll leave you when it realizes you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Ling Jueyan said. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. In fact, he had never heard of this from the 5 divine elements before this. That's because the bloodline energy of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses clashed with the 5 divine elements. The bloodline energy will constantly absorb the energy of the 5 divine elements. Since the 5 divine elements reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, even if they evolve into their next form, they'll revert back to their previous form due to the bloodline energy absorbing their energy. As Ling Jueyan spoke, he handed a blood-red fruit to Duan Lingtian. The blood-red fruit was none other than the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit that was hanging on the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree. There's such a thing? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Ling Jueyan's words. He took the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from Ling Jueyan. How strange. As a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, you should know about this since you know about the 5 divine elements like the world-cleansing divine water. It's common knowledge for the descendants of supreme powerhouses like us. Ling Jueyan raised an eyebrow before he said to Duan Lingtian, let's talk after we leave this place. I'm in a hurry to pluck the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit because I'm worried something might happen. Apart from that, I've also kept Zhanglan's immortal weapon and spatial ring. Ling Jueyan said. As soon as Ling Jueyan finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian had a chance to respond, a violent earthquake shook the entire cave. It felt as though the ground was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At the same time, clear spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial cracks raged and spread, almost covering every corner of the cave. Let's go. Ling Jueyan called out to Duan Lingtian before he took the lead and flew toward one of the spatial tiers. It was clear he wanted to leave this place through the spatial tiers. This was the mystic realm left behind by Zhanglan when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. It was the little world that Zhanglan had created in his past life. Now that the little world had been destroyed, they could leave through the spatial tiers. When Duan Lingtian caught up to Ling Jueyan and entered the spatial tiers, he could clearly see what was happening. The floating island in the middle of the cave abode had been torn apart and was being sucked into the spatial tiers. As for the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, it mysteriously exploded during this process, turning into dust that scattered in every corner of the small world. If the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was still on the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, it would have been destroyed along with the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Once a little world created by a celestial emperor was destroyed, every spatial tear that appeared in the little world was an exit that led to a place near the little world. If one exited through the same spatial tear, one would be able to reach the same place. For example, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan had exited through the same spatial tear and appeared in a mountain range together. So this is Zhanglan's trump card? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly. He felt that Zhanglan was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Even if he was dead, he was still looking for trouble for them. Earlier, if Ling Jueyan had not plucked the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit first, he and Ling Jueyan would have failed just like Zhanglan. Zhanglan is really something? When the little world he created in his past life was destroyed, the killing formation that enveloped the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was activated and destroyed the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With his current strength, he won't be able to activate the killing formation. However, with the power from the destruction of the little world, he'll be able to activate the killing formation. Ling Jueyun had a grim expression on his face. He was glad that he had plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. If he had gone to talk to Duan Lingtian about the world-cleansing divine water before plucking the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed along with it. Is it a coincidence that the little world he created in his past life was destroyed at that time? Duan Lingtian asked. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the little world Zhang Lan created in his past life was destroyed not long after Zhang Lan's death. Of course not. Ling Jueyun shook his head and said, Zhang Lan must have used the formation to connect his soul pearl to the little world. Chapter 3105. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, You can say that he's not confident enough, or you can say that he's just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A glint flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he said to Ling Jueyun, Fortunately, you managed to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. Otherwise, the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. He had almost missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm just worried that a long night might bring trouble. No matter what, both of us are the winners this time. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's face. It was a radiant smile. Now, both of you should find a place to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and digest its efficacy. Ling Jueyun suggested. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he and Ling Jueyun found a secluded valley nearby and opened up a cave for them to digest the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month? When Duan Ling Tian thought about the heaven-defying medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his emotions surged as he sat cross-legged in his newly opened cave. Most importantly, not only will the heaven sacrificial divine fruit improve my cultivation base, but it'll also help me comprehend a new law. At the very least, I'll be able to comprehend 6 profundities from that law. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to comprehend 7 or 8 profundities from that law. I wonder what kind of law I'll be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and becoming a 10-direction celestial duke. Due to his curiosity, Duan Lingtian calmed down slightly. At the same time, he brought the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was blood-red as though it was dyed in blood. Blood-red bolts of lightning flashed around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, weaving through the fruit in a dazzling manner. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit lay in Duan Lingtian's hand like a work of art. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to eat it. However, due to the temptation of becoming a 10-direction celestial duke and the unknown law he was about to comprehend, Duan Lingtian swallowed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Soon after, only a small seed was left in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's S to Duan Lingtian was not surprised Duan Lingtian's heart's Duan celestial red heart's heart. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the seed before he put it away. Then, he shifted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. After the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit flowed through his body, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of exhilaration. It was as though he had turned into a willow that swayed freely in the air. This was the first time he felt this way. Duan Lingtian did not have to consume the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In other words, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about anything. When the time came, his body would absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only wait. While waiting, Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I heard from Ling Jueyan that it's impossible for the 5 divine elements to reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. Yes, the chaos divine flame replied. Then, it said something similar to what Ling Jueyan had said. For example, if I reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, if I can't absorb the other chaos divine flames within a certain period of time, I might revert to my second form due to the power of the bloodline in his body. If this continues, I'll revert to my first form. In the end, I'll be completely absorbed by the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses and cease to exist. To the 5 divine elements, the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses is our nemesis. Of course, the bloodline power can only restrain us if we reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. If our host fights with the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, we have nothing to fear even if we encounter the bloodline power. It's just like when you sparred with Ling Jueyan previously. Even if he used the bloodline power, you could still defeat him with just one move. The Chaos Divine Flame finished its sentence unhurriedly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Ling Jueyan really thinks that I'm a descendant of the supreme powerhouses like him." Duan Lingtian still remembered that Ling Jueyan had approached him not long after he had obtained the world-cleansing divine water. He had even said that it was meaningless for him to obtain the world-cleansing divine water. If Ling Jueyan knew that he was not a descendant of the supreme powerhouses, he would not have said that. In fact, he might even be envious of him. "Senior, does this mean that those who rely on the 5 divine elements to become supreme powerhouses can't possibly be the descendants of other supreme powerhouses?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had heard from the chaotic divine flame that one of the ways to become a divine spirit that was above the immortals was to obtain the final form of the 5 divine elements. Naturally, as long as one possessed the final form of the 5 divine elements, one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. This was the main way to become a supreme powerhouse. "That's right," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. "For this reason, in the long history of heaven and earth, there are very few descendants of supreme powerhouses who can become supreme powerhouses. After all, relying on the final form of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse is the main way to become a supreme powerhouse in this world. It's also the easiest way to become a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, it's only a small number, but it doesn't mean that there are no such cases. This is because in history, there have been descendants of supreme powerhouses who have comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws to the extreme. After that, they managed to master it and were rewarded by the heaven and earth law. They were reborn and became supreme powerhouses. However, such cases are extremely rare, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. At the same time, when the Chaos Divine Flame mentioned supreme powerhouses again, Duan Lingtian felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a supreme powerhouse. Supreme powerhouses? I wonder if I, Duan Lingtian, will have the chance to become a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. However, this anticipation had only appeared for a short while before it dimmed again. Then, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm really daydreaming. Right now, I haven't even rescued Kerr, little Fei and the others, and I'm already dreaming of becoming a supreme powerhouse. What a joke." After laughing at himself, Duan Lingtian began to feel depressed again. "I wonder how Kerr, little Fei and the others are doing. Also, father, mother, Xiling, Niantian, and the others." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. However, based on his rapidly swelling chest, it was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes when the 5 elemental qi surged out from his body. At the same time, the emotions that had been stirring for a day and a night were gone in just a blink of an eye. There was no other reason other than this. He had made a breakthrough. This is a celestial duke? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky when he sensed the changes in his celestial origin energy. His face was flushed with excitement. When Duan Lingtian broke through and became a celestial duke, Ling Jueyun, who was in the cave next door, opened his eyes in surprise. After Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun had also made a breakthrough and became a celestial duke. Rewind to a day and a night ago. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun found a secluded valley and opened up their cave abodes to absorb the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits effects. Soon after, two uninvited guests appeared in the area they were in. Lung Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In my opinion, he's most likely dead in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. One of the two people who had just landed on the peak of a steep mountain said to the other person, "Let's search for another 10 days to half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return." The other person said, if Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the person who had just spoken. This person was none other than Lung Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang whom he had met outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Lung Yi was a 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. He was much stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Long Ye's clutches thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent him to the Blood Skull Gang. Not only had the Blood Skull Gang targeted him when he left the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formation in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but they had also found out where he had left the Spirit Overarching Heaven, in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yin Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven territory. If that brat really died in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would have gotten away with it, Lung Yi said coldly. Previously, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial had escaped from under his nose. No matter what the reason was, he still felt humiliated. For this reason, if he encountered that brat again, he would definitely kill that brat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lung Yi and the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang used their divine consciousness to search the area where Zhang Lan had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. Chapter 3106. Lung Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire canyon. At first, he thought this was just another routine investigation. However, when his divine sense enveloped the canyon and he discovered the two auras in the canyon, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the auras belonged to the person he was looking for, Duan Lingtian. Found him. Although Lung Yi usually had a cold expression on his face, a bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. The bright smile only lasted for a moment before it turned into a sneer. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, it's good that he's alive. I can kill him with my own hands. Lung Yi muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other Blood Skull assassin beside him to reply, he swooped down like an eagle. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the canyon. At the same time, he shrouded the entire canyon with his divine consciousness, not missing a single corner. He was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape under his watch unless he had a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like the one Duan Lingtian had used previously was extremely precious even to Lung Yi. He did not believe Duan Lingtian would have a second Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like that. Duan Lingtian. Lung Yi stood high up in the air in the canyon. His gaze fell on one of the two immortals' caves that were next to each other on one side of the canyon. Do you want to come out on your own? Or do you want me to go in and look for you? Lung Yi asked Duan Lingtian mockingly. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice. When Lung Ye's voice entered the cave, Duan Lingtian realized someone was here. Based on the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the person did not have good intentions. Moreover, Duan Lingtian felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar. After a while, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he recalled where and when he had heard the same voice. Horror dawned on his face immediately. This person. He's the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who attacked me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. A 9 Palaces Immortal King assassin. After realizing who it was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. If it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liang Pong, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would not have been able to escape from Long Yi. Why would a Blood Skull assassin be here? How did he know I was here? Duan Lingtian didn't think it was a coincidence that the Blood Skull Gang had bumped into him here. After all, this wasn't the spirit overarching heaven, but the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Blood Skull Gang was an assassin from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, so there was no way they would show up here for no reason. Furthermore, even if there was something going on, it was impossible for him to coincidentally appear here. In that case, there was only one possibility. The other party had come for him. Perhaps they were already targeting me before I left the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even if I was targeted, Ling Jueyun and I were transported to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Even if the Blood Skull Gang wanted to kill me, it's impossible for them to know I'm here, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, who's that? Do you have an enemy here? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could only smile bitterly. Even if I wanted to have an enemy here, I'd have to find the time to go out and cause trouble. The person isn't from here. He's from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Someone from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory? He chased you all the way here? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun's eyes widened slightly. What kind of enmity do you have with him? Why did he chase you all the way here? Moreover, even if you're targeted in Axe Mountain City before you leave the spirit overarching heaven, they'll still need the profound Nether Mansion's permission to find out where you've gone through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he continued to say, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain the profound Nether Mansion's permission to spy on the transporting formation set up by the profound Nether Mansion. Who is he? Ling Jueyun asked again. He's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Blood Skull Gang? Is it the Blood Skull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory? Ling Jueyun was surprised. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be targeted by the Blood Skull Gang. How did they target you? Did someone issue a mission to kill you? Based on what I know, it's not easy to issue a mission to them. Before Ling Jueyun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. The assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King, Duan Lingtian said. A 9 Palaces Celestial King? The Blood Skull Gang sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill you? Ling Jueyun was confused. He could not figure out why they would send a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian left the cave abode together and flew up into the air side by side. He's Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had followed Long Yi and appeared next to him. He instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Before coming here, the assassin was familiar with Duan Lingtian's appearance. Therefore, he recognized Duan Lingtian with just a glance. Yes, it's him. Long Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Duan Lingtian, you managed to escape under my nose with the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to you by Sun Liang Pong, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'm curious. How did you find out I'm here? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Long Yi. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you this. The vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang has found out through his connections in the profound Nether Mansion that you've teleported to Yin Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Yin Mountain Mansion is huge. However, we heard that a reincarnated celestial emperor had set up a trap to lure people here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He had lured peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from 5 Devata realms here. The spirit overarching heaven is one of the 5 Devata realms. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for us to guess you were lured here by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor as well. Although the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had used a transporting formation to send you away, we were certain you weren't far away. For this reason, we began to search the area for you. Initially, we didn't have much hope in finding a needle in a haystack. However, we didn't expect to find you here today. It seems like even the heavens don't want you to live, Duan Lingtian. It was clear Long Yi was certain Duan Lingtian was going to die soon. Otherwise, he would not have said so much. If he had met Duan Lingtian for the first time, he would not have said so much. The reason he had said so much today was due to the humiliation he felt from Duan Lingtian's escape. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. He wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian's despair to reach a certain level before he killed Duan Lingtian. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood Long Ye's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who was standing next to Long Yi. I'm curious. Is your companion a 9 Palaces celestial king like you? You're pretty smart to have guessed my cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, although this is our first time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin standing next to Long Yi said with a scoff. 2 9 Palaces celestial kings, Ling Jueyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he heard the assassin's words. At this moment, he was even more curious. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send such a powerful assassin to kill Duan Lingtian? He was certain there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, the Blood Skull Gang would not waste their resources like this. To be able to make a name for myself in the Blood Skull Gang and have 2 9 Palaces celestial kings traverse the Devata realms just to kill me, I, Duan Lingtian, won't die in vain? Duan Lingtian said with a sigh when he heard the words of the assassin standing next to Long Yi. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, however, I'm afraid both of you will have wasted your time. HM? Duan Lingtian's words came out of the blue, causing Long Yi and the assassin standing next to him to be taken aback. Both of them were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Swoosh! A celestial talisman appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. Then, a flame enveloped Ling Jueyun at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun was engulfed in flames. Boom! A powerful aura surged out of Ling Jueyun's body, causing the expressions of Long Yi and the assassin standing next to him to change drastically. Based on the powerful aura, it was not difficult for them to tell that the celestial talisman Ling Jueyun had crushed was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Swoosh! Swoosh! Long Ye's energy surged. However, just as he was about to make a move, Ling Jueyun's flames had already shrouded Duan Lingtian. Then, Ling Jueyun disappeared before Long Ye's eyes. The celestial talisman that Ling Jueyun had crushed was a life-saving celestial talisman. It was not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Duan Lingtian had used previously. Therefore, it was impossible for Long Yi to catch up to Ling Jueyun. Chapter 3107. The moment the other Blood Skull Gang assassin finished complaining, Long Yi, who had just regained his senses, suddenly let out a furious roar filled with jealousy and indignation. The rolling power in his body swept out in all directions. With his body as the center, a violent explosion occurred. Boom, 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 boom. As Long Yi vented his strength to his heart's content, rumbling sounds resounded incessantly in the surroundings of the gorge. Rubble swirled in the air as smoke and dust soared into the sky, and it went out of control. As a 9 Palaces celestial king, even if he did not intentionally unleash his energy, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Initially, Long Yi had thought Duan Lingtian would not have a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die in his hands. For this reason, Long Yi was not in a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. He wanted to wait for a moment before he made a move on Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Long Yi was certain the person with Duan Lingtian would have a celestial talisman that was comparable to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. That person would be able to bring Duan Lingtian out of Long Ye's sight and easily shake off his divine consciousness. Leng Yi regretted his decision. He regretted not killing Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian. Just as his companion had said, if he had killed Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, the person with Duan Lingtian might not have been able to bring Duan Lingtian away in time. Let's return. Now that we've alerted him, it'll be difficult to find him again. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Don't worry, I won't tell the organization about what happened today. I'll tell them we didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. However, I hope you won't let your guard down after this incident. Duan Lingtian is only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he managed to survive until now. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person." Leng Yi nodded. "Thank you." When Leng Yi heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he quickly thanked the Blood Skull Gang's assassin after he had calmed down. He knew very well that this was not the case. If news of what happened today were to spread to the organization would not let him off easily. It was all due to his carelessness that Duan Lingtian managed to escape. Meanwhile, with the strength granted to him by the celestial talisman, Ling Juiyan brought Duan Lingtian away from the valley where they had entered closed-door cultivation and appeared in a forest. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked Ling. If it were not for Ling Juiyan, Duan Lingtian would have died in the valley. After all, without a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, he would not have been able to escape from the Blood Skull Gang. "Be nice to Sister Huang." A pained expression appeared on Ling Juyan's face as he said this. He didn't have many of those escaping immortal talismans like the one he used just now. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Back then, when he left his family in the world of divine remains, he didn't manage to take anything with him. The things that he took away originally belonged to him. For this reason, he did not have many things with him. After all, his clan had been annihilated without any warning. He only managed to escape because his cultivation base was low and he had the help of Huang the soul of a divine artifact. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian nodded. "She's now the soul of my divine artifact. Naturally, I won't mistreat her. Let's leave this area as soon as possible. If the 2-9 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang continue to search for us, we'll be discovered sooner or later." As soon as Ling Juiyan finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian left the forest in the opposite direction of the valley. "You still haven't told me why the Blood Skull Gang would send 2-9 Palaces celestial kings to kill you. Moreover, 2 of them are 9 Palaces celestial kings." Ling Juiyan could not figure it out. Duan Lingtian was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were high, there was no need for them to send 2 powerful assassins to kill him. "The Blood Skull Gang sent 2 assassins to kill me, but I killed them." Duan Lingtian replied. "What?" Ling Juiyan's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Why you killed 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang?" Ling Juiyan thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. Based on what he knew, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was a 1 basic celestial king. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Based on what I know, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king, right? How did you kill them?" Ling Juiyan asked. "I used a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon." Duan Lingtian did not hide the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon from Ling Juiyan, since he knew Ling Juiyan might not be interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Ling Juiyan was interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not compete with him. After all, Huang, whom Ling Juiyan respected a lot, was the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Putting everything else aside, Ling Juiyan would not go against him because of this. "Although my comprehension of the profundities from the law is mediocre, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me celestial origin energy and soul energy that's comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord. Ordinary celestial kings are no match for me." Duan Lingtian continued to explain. "You have a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon?" Ling Juiyan was shocked. His doubts disappeared immediately. If Duan Lingtian really had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary celestial kings. Naturally, Even if Duan Lingtian used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial king, he would not be a match for the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Bloodskull gang. This was because the difference in the number of profundities they had comprehended was too great. Most of the 9 Palaces celestial kings in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities of a law. Some of them had even comprehended 8 profundities of a law. It was not impossible for 9 Palaces celestial kings to comprehend 9 profundities of a law. However, there were no such 9 Palaces celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. There were quite a few of such existences in the larger regions of the southern heaven territory. Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a question. His eyes flashed as he asked, after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only will I become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month, but I'll also comprehend many profundities of a law. Is it possible for me to comprehend the 4 supreme laws? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the first thought that appeared in Ling Jueyun's mind was that Duan Lingtian was too greedy. His second thought was that he was looking forward to it. If it was possible, Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to comprehend 3 of the 4 supreme laws. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would allow him to comprehend many profundities of a law. Naturally, he knew the law of death was the law of death. Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the law of death. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit allowed him to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of death. I've only heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will be able to comprehend many profundities of a law. However, I don't know what kind of law they've comprehended. I've never heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit won't be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the fruit. Ling Jueyun replied honestly, "Does this mean it's possible?" Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. Even if it's possible, it's unlikely that we'll be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. Ling Jueyun smiled wryly. Why? Duan Lingtian frowned. For example, I comprehended the law of death through my clan's bloodline. Unlike ordinary people who comprehend the law of death and the law of life, my bloodline makes it impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. For this reason, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from that, we've come into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although we haven't comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, it's still impossible for us to comprehend the law of time. Unless the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helps me comprehend the law of space, it's impossible for me to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One side is the laws of space, the other side is the laws of 5 elements, and even the laws of wind, lightning, ice, and so on derived from the laws of 5 elements. The chances of comprehending the laws of space are too low. Ling Jueyun said, "That's me. Compared to me, the probability of you comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws is much higher." Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "You've only comprehended the law of time. You've only come into contact with the law of time so far. If you didn't come into contact with the law of life when you obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, you might have been able to comprehend the law of life, the law of death, or the law of space with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." It was clear Ling Jueyun had taken all the factors into consideration. You recognize the divine tree of life? Duan Lingtian was surprised. If he was not mistaken, Ling Jueyun was present when he bid for the main branch from the divine tree of life. However, he was with the people from the supporting Fall Nation while Ling Jueyun was with the people from the East Ming Nation. I'm from a realm of gods, so it's only natural for me to recognize the divine tree of life. Ling Jueyun said, "When you bid for the divine tree of life, I knew you must have recognized it. However, at that time, I didn't know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as well. Now that I know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, it's not surprising for you to recognize the divine tree of life." Since you recognized the divine tree of life that day, why did you just watch me bid for it? Didn't you want it? Chapter 3108. Ling Jueyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Not to mention that it's just one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Even if it's the real divine tree of life, it's useless to me. The divine tree of life can help one comprehend the laws of life, and it also has some other uses, but because it contains the laws of life, it's destined to be impossible for me to use. Due to my clan's inherited bloodline, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. Moreover, the divine tree of life that contains the law of life will reject me. Ling Jueyun's words clearly hinted at something else. I do want the divine tree of life. However, it's impossible for me to use it. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he could not help but ask, you could have told the people from the East Ming Nation that the divine tree of life is a treasure. If the East Ming Nation obtains the divine tree of life, they won't mistreat you. Even if I told them about the divine tree of life, I'm afraid they wouldn't understand. Moreover, they might expose my origin. Ling Jueyun shook his head. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face as he said, as for what you said they won't mistreat me, what do you think they'll give me? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He recalled Ling Jueyun was from a powerful clan in the divine offering land. How could he lack something that a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the East Ming Nation could possibly provide? Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun traveled at full speed. 5 days later, they arrived at a city controlled by the Yin Mountain Mansion. It was similar to Pushan City, which was controlled by the profound Nether Mansion before they left the spirit overarching heaven. This city was called Tianji City. After entering Tianji City, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun stayed in the best courtyard in an inn owned by the Yin Mountain Mansion. Even if the 9 palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang were here, they would not be able to do anything to them. Unless the 2 killers wanted to die, they wouldn't attack them here. There are so many memory immortal talismans. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun stayed in different rooms in the same courtyard. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the room, he noticed many memory immortal talismans on the counter. Of course, one could tell with a single glance that these memory immortal talismans were merely memory immortal talismans that could be used indefinitely. A line of words was carved on the counter where the memory immortal talismans were placed. It was a memory immortal talisman that recorded the major events of the past few years in the Jade Emperor Heaven. That works too? What's the difference between this and the newspapers on Earth? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Swallow Mountain Prefecture's subordinate taverns to be so considerate, even providing a newspaper memory immortal talisman. Duan Lingtian waited patiently for the efficacy of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit to fully assimilate into his body. During his journey to Tianji City, he had already become a 5-element celestial duke. It took him 8 days to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 5-element celestial duke. Moreover, the further he progressed, the slower it became. Previously, it had only taken him a day and a night to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 1 basic celestial duke. However, it took him another 2 days and a night to break through from a 1 basic celestial duke to a 2-form celestial duke. It took him longer and longer to break through from a 2-form celestial duke to a 3-talent celestial duke, then to a 4-phenomenon celestial duke, and finally to a 5-element celestial duke. Naturally, it only took him longer to break through compared to the time it took him to break through earlier. In any case, Duan Lingtian would be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, up until now, he had not comprehended any profundities from the law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit granted him. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry since he knew he would be able to comprehend the profundities in 20 days at most. In the next 20 days, I won't be able to cultivate in peace and comprehend the profundities from the law of fire. In that case, I might as well look through these memory celestial talismans to learn more about the major events in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I might have heard of some of the major events recorded in these memory celestial talismans. After all, The heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven is the Jade Emperor from Earth's myths and legends. The Jade Emperor was the leader of the Celestials in Earth's myths and legends. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian eagerly picked up a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness to read the information recorded in it. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory has become a Celestial Duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space when he created his little world. The memory celestial talisman described how the third son of the titled Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory had recently become a one basic Celestial Duke. Based on this memory celestial talisman, it was not difficult to learn that the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord had comprehended three profundities from the law of space before he became a Celestial Duke. After he became a Celestial Duke and created his little world, he had comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space. A one basic Celestial Duke before the age of 100 who has comprehended four profundities from the law of space. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord is known as the number one prodigy in the Bright Void territory in the past 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face when he read this part of the memory celestial talisman. In the Devata realms, Ling Juyun and I can be considered as rare geniuses in 10,000 years. Not only that, but Ling Juyun and I will break through and become 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in another 20 days. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended three profundities from a law and is in the process of comprehending the fourth profundity from a law before the age of 100. In any Devata realm, there might not even be one such person in 100,000 years, right? Or should I say, even in 1,000,000 years, there might not be a single person like us who will appear in a month. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was still shocked by the Bright Void Celestial Lord's third son's comprehension ability. Naturally, he was only shocked by the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Duke. He has comprehended three profundities from the law of space before he became a Celestial Duke. It doesn't matter if the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord has a high comprehension ability or a fortuitous encounter, he's not simple at all. The law of space was one of the four supreme laws. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. The reason why Ling Juyun was able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of death, at such a young age was because his family's bloodline could help him comprehend the law of death. Moreover, who was Ling Juyun? He was a disciple of a powerful clan in the divine offering land. Moreover, he was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was merely the son of a ruler of a territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In terms of background, he was inferior to Ling Juyun. The Bright Void Celestial Lord was only an ordinary titled Celestial Lord. There were many territories like the Bright Void territory in the Devata realms, and there were many titled Celestial Lords like the Bright Void Celestial Lord. Based on this, it was clear the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was extraordinary. However, based on Ling Juyun's age and cultivation base, it's likely he didn't have the time to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan. For this reason, his current achievements aren't comparable to those of his peers from other powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Duan Lingtian had thought about this as well. Even if someone below the age of 100 was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land, it was impossible for him to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan to be comparable to Ling Juyun. After all, the Divine Offering Land was a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. Even the top forces in the Devata realms could not compare to the powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Let's look at something else. Duan Lingtian put down the memory celestial talisman that recorded the monstrous achievements of the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory and picked up another memory celestial talisman. As soon as he sent his divine consciousness into it, information appeared. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the information. Yangjian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, has challenged Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, for the 98th time. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, managed to severely injure Yangjian with just 3 strikes. In the past, Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, was able to defeat Yang Jian after exchanging 100 strikes. Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, seems to have reached the threshold of godhood. The memory celestial talisman Duan Lingtian picked up contained this information. The two familiar names in it caused his mind to wander. Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor? Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor? If I'm not mistaken, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong should be the true Lord Erlang and the great sage. Heavens equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor is the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. According to the legends on Earth, Yang Jian is the Jade Emperor's nephew. Therefore, it's not surprising that he's a titled celestial emperor under the Jade Emperor's command. Sun Wukong is known as the Great Sage, Heavens Equal. The Heavens Equal Celestial Emperor, Heavens Equal, should be the same person as Sun Wukong. Based on the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman, it seems like Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of godhood. Godhood. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew that godhood represented the strongest force in the Devata realm. Chapter 3109. Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of becoming a god. In other words, he's a 10 Directions celestial emperor now. As for Yang Jian, since he dares to challenge Sun Wukong so many times, he must be a 10 Directions celestial emperor as well. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out based on the information in the Memory Celestial Talisman. Originally, after knowing that most of the characters in Earth's myths and legends really existed, he was very much looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes in the future. If he could drink and chat with them, he would definitely drink with them until they were drunk. However, after learning about Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's strength, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not a match for them. Even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's disciples would not want to talk to him, let alone Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, who were at the peak of the Devata realms. If I want to talk to them as equals, I need to be at least as strong as them. I'm still too weak. Duan Lingtian sighed as he put down the Memory Celestial Talisman in his hand. Regarding this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. After putting down the Memory Celestial Talisman, Duan Lingtian picked up another Memory Celestial Talisman. These Memory Celestial Talismans recorded all sorts of strange and interesting events. However, to Duan Lingtian, they were merely for fun. He would not waste time after reading them. After reading these Memory Celestial Talismans, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the vastness of the Devata realms. It was much more vast than he had imagined. For example, the Yin Mountain Mansion's equal heaven territory and the profound Nether Mansion's southern heaven territory were just small territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Spirit Overarching Heaven. These territories were ruled by titled celestial lords. Generally, there was only one titled celestial lord in these territories. I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. Even though I managed to break through and become a 10 Directions celestial duke with the help of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, I'm still too weak. Above a 10 Directions celestial duke was a celestial lord. Celestial lords were divided into 10 stages. Apart from that, they were also divided into ordinary celestial lords and titled celestial lords. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Celestial emperors were divided into ordinary celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Even titled celestial emperors had differences in strength. Powerful titled celestial emperors were like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. If Sun Wukong is really close to becoming a god and managed to injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes, I'm afraid he's as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. I wonder if his personality is as wild and unruly as the legends on Earth say. If he is, will he challenge the Jade Emperor to become the new heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became a little curious, and at the same time, a little expectant. If Sun Wukong really challenged the Jade Emperor and succeeded, the news would definitely spread throughout the Jade Emperor Heaven. Such a big matter would definitely spread to the Spirit Overarching Heaven in the future. Therefore, even if he returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, he would definitely receive news. Currently, my cultivation base is improving, but the profundities of the laws have yet to appear. Although Duan Lingtian was not worried about the profundities of the laws, as the days passed, he could not help but feel anxious. To calm himself down, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the little worlds that could be created by celestial dukes and above. However, although celestial dukes and above could create little worlds, there were still differences. For example, the little worlds created by celestial dukes could only be carried around. To be more precise, they could only create a little world in their bodies. The little world was similar to a spatial ring that could store things. Unlike a spatial ring that could not store living things, a little world could store living things. On the other hand, a little world created by a celestial king could be stored in a fixed location. Similar to the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect when Duan Lingtian first arrived in the Devata realms, it was similar to a secret realm. That was how he met Murongbing. A little world created by a celestial lord was, naturally, stronger than a little world created by a celestial king. For example, the southern heaven ancient realm that Duan Lingtian had entered previously was a little world created by a southern heaven celestial lord in the southern heaven territory. However, after the little world was created by a southern heaven celestial lord, the successive southern heaven celestial lords would maintain it so that it would not collapse or disappear due to excessive consumption. Little worlds created by celestial kings and celestial lords could exist as secret realms. It was fine if no one entered the secret realms. However, if someone entered the secret realms would collapse and disappear. I've seen the method to create a little world in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Let's try to create a little world now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to create a little world in his body based on the method he had seen before. Creating a little world required the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke and the soul energy of a celestial duke. Moreover, after the little world was created, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time before the space inside the little world would stabilize. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to create a little world that was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy and soul energy if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time. For this reason, it was impossible to create a little world in a short period of time. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body and gathered it together before it began to condense. If he wanted to create a little world, he would have to gather his celestial origin energy and condense it with the help of his soul energy. Once the celestial origin energy reached its limit, it would explode and create a little world. If you want to create a little world, I suggest you create it near your heart. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air while Duan Lingtian was busy condensing his celestial origin energy to prepare for the little world. Near my heart? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Why? There might be a surprise, the profound divine metal replied. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was still puzzled. However, the profound divine metal had no intention of answering his question. Even the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth remained silent. It was fine if the Chaos Divine Flame did not say anything, but the Chaos Divine Earth's silence surprised Duan Lingtian. Chaos Divine Earth, aren't you going to tell me what the surprise is? The chances are low. It'll be a surprise if it works. If it doesn't work, there's no point in talking about it now. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. However, it kept Duan Lingtian in suspense. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. There's still a chance. Don't forget that this brat has 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, the main branch of the divine tree of life has already acknowledged him as its master. The Chaos Divine Flame said, "It's less than 30%. The profound divine metal said again. Clearly, it was telling Duan Lingtian that the chances of success were less than 30%. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. However, the 5 divine elements did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled, he did not ask any questions. He continued to focus on gathering his celestial origin energy. This was because he knew that he would be able to find the answers to all his questions after he opened up the small world. Naturally, he would still follow the profound divine metal's advice and create a little world near his heart. Time continued to pass. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. With the help of his soul energy, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was finally condensed to its peak. I've finally reached the final stage. According to the records of celestial dukes opening up little worlds, I should pour all my soul energy into the extremely condensed celestial origin energy and use it to open up a little world, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the process of creating a little world, I can't slack off on using my soul energy. I'll have to use my celestial origin energy to create a little world. Of course, the small world that is constructed is cold and empty at first, just like the space inside a storage ring. If you want to make it colorful, you'll have to move soil in and plant flowers and trees in. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian controlled his soul energy and pierced it into the celestial origin energy that had been condensed to its peak. For Duan Lingtian, who had studied little worlds created by celestial dukes, this was not difficult at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian's soul energy was like the hand of the god of creation. It manipulated the condensed celestial origin energy to create a little world in his body. First, he had to outline the rough trajectory of the little world. Next, he had to fill out the trajectory so that the little world would gradually take shape. At this moment, whoosh, a sound that sounded like some kind of energy was released suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's body. To be more precise, it came from his heart. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was using his soul energy to fill out the trajectory of the little world, a sudden change occurred. The main branch of the divine tree of life that had been rooted in Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly shone brightly. In the end, it left Duan Lingtian's heart and flew toward the little world that Duan Lingtian was still creating. In just a few moments, it seemed to have transformed into a force that could absorb all rivers into the sea before it merged with Duan Lingtian's little world. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the 99 heavenly veins in his body had become boiling hot. The heaven and earth spirit energy was surging in from the outside and transforming into celestial origin energy that flowed through all the heavenly veins in his body toward his heart. To be more precise, it was gathering in the little world that he was creating. This, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Chapter 31:10. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's soul energy stopped moving in a timely manner. However, even though his soul power had stopped moving, the small world in Duan Lingtian's body continued to outline and construct at an even faster speed than before. The celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body continued to form the little world in his body. It was as though they were being controlled by something, helping Duan Lingtian to quickly form the little world. Is that the main branch of the tree of life? At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the main branch of the divine tree of life was rooted in the center of his small world that had yet to fully form, like the roots of an old tree. Below the main branch of the divine tree of life, there was a patch of soil, and the soil was emitting a green light. Under the cover of the green light, a grassy lawn appeared at the right time. Furthermore, there were flowers of various colors appearing on the grassy lawn. It was like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was gorgeous and dazzling. This is what's going on? Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw that as the divine tree of life continued to emit waves of faint light, this light quickly enveloped the entire small world that had yet to take shape. At the same time, the celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the little world. It was as though the little world was suddenly filled with flesh and blood. Numerous small mountains seemed to rise out of thin air. There was water in the mountains, green grass like a cushion, and some lush flowers and trees appeared at the right time. As time passed, the small mountain formed a beautiful valley. The water on the small mountain gathered together to form a waterfall. The waterfall splashed down, causing a crystal-clear lake to appear in the valley. In the lake, pebbles of various colors were faintly discernible. The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw something else. On the grassland in the valley, numerous tiny figures appeared one after another, and they were actually some birds and beasts. They flew and swam happily in the valley, and it seemed to form a beautiful picture that caused Duanling Tian to be completely stunned. However, these birds and beasts only circled around the main branch of the divine tree of life at the center of the valley. It seems that all of this has something to do with the main branch of the divine tree of life. Now, it wasn't difficult for Duanling Tian to see that the changes in his small world were related to the changes in the main branch of the tree of life. He actually succeeded. The chaos divine earth exclaimed in its childish voice. Its voice was filled with surprise. Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered that the chaos divine earth had left its original location and was heading straight for his little world. Now, the construction of the small world was nearing its end. As soon as the chaos divine earth entered the lesser world, it took on a human form. It looked like a little boy who was about 3 years old. Although its facial features had yet to fully develop, its chubby face made it look adorable. Although the chaos divine earth had taken on a human form, its silhouette was extremely illusory. It was like a cloud of fog that could be easily blown away. Not bad. Not bad. The little world is filled with the life energy of the divine tree of life. I can take on a human form. The little boy nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the main branch of the divine tree of life that had taken root in the ground. Swoosh. Swoosh. After the little boy appeared in the valley, 2 other figures appeared as well. Just a moment ago, Duanling Tian discovered that the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame had entered his little world. The profound divine metal had taken on the form of a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and a dignified appearance. On the other hand, the chaos divine flame had taken on the form of an old man dressed in a long red robe. He was tall and had a flame mark between his eyebrows. However, whether it was the little boy, the middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, or the old man dressed in a red robe, their silhouettes were somewhat illusory. What's going on? At this moment, Duanling Tian finally could not suppress the confusion in his heart and asked the 3 of them. Hee, lad, you're quite lucky. The divine tree of life has acknowledged you as soon as you've created your little world. The little boy in the chaos divine earth chuckled as he said, you should know that the chances of this happening aren't high. Even if you have 99 heavenly veins, the chances of this happening are less than 30%. What's the use of this? Duanling Tian asked bluntly. What he wanted to know the most was what benefits would he gain from such a situation. Of course it's useful, the little boy replied in a childish voice. The main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world. Not only will it reduce the obstacles on your path to becoming a supreme powerhouse, but it'll also help you subtly comprehend the law of life. In the past, even with the help of the main branch of the divine tree of life, you still had to rely on yourself to comprehend the law of life. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world, even if you don't actively comprehend the law of life, you'll still be influenced by your little world. As long as you have enough time, you'll be able to passively comprehend all the profundities from the law of life. In fact, you'll even be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage. Of course, that'll take a very, very long time. You can also take the initiative to comprehend the law of life. That way, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of life won't be slower than the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of the 5 elements with our help. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the little boy's words. He did not expect that the divine tree of life taking root in his little world would bring such benefits to him. Lad, you should take advantage of the fact that the divine tree of life is helping you to construct your little world. Who knows, you might even be able to comprehend the law of space. The golden-clad middle-aged man, the profound divine metal, said to Duanling Tian, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. If you want to comprehend it, you must first open this door. Now is the best time for you to open this door. You won't always have such a good opportunity to open the door to the law of space. A hint of urgency could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as he spoke. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, he discovered he did not have to worry about the little world anymore. The main branch of the divine tree of life was guiding the celestial origin energy from his 99 heavenly veins to construct his little world at an extremely fast speed. The law of space. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He extended his divine consciousness and touched the little world that had yet to take shape. It was as though he was trying to comprehend something from it. The little world was taking shape at an extremely fast speed. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the little world, he could vaguely sense something. This was related to the law of space. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would need time to comprehend this since he had never come into contact with the law of space before this. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian was so immersed in the little world that he did not even realize it had taken half an hour for the little world to take shape. Currently, he was still immersed in the little world that had yet to take shape. Duan Lingtian was trying his best to grasp the profundity of the law of space. However, the profundity of the law of space was like a loach that he could not grasp at all. A large amount of mysterious and obscure information suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind and rushed into his mind. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the influx of information. It took him a while to regain his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had an unusually clear feeling that this information was closely related to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was still in his body. This was because the moment the mysterious and obscure information rushed into his mind, the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his body began to boil as though it had been injected with chicken blood. At that moment, he only felt a burning sensation all over his body, and his scalp went numb like a flash in the pan. What's going on? After a while, Duan Lingtian felt as though there was something in his mind. He opened his eyes and moved his hands slightly. He seemed to have a strange feeling about the void around him. This feeling was like the feeling of control. It was as if he could control the surrounding void. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought popped into Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought made his eyes light up. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would definitely discover that Duan Lingtian's eyes were now as bright as the stars in the night sky. They were so dazzling that they could blind a normal person. Hiss! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he began to digest the information that he had originally thought was mysterious and obscure. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the information that he had thought was mysterious and obscure was something that he had been born with. This information further proved to him that his previous guess was right. As expected, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists in excitement. His entire body began to tremble, and the frequency of his trembling increased until it was uncontrollable. It was not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian was so excited that he was on the verge of insanity. If someone else was here, they would definitely be frightened by him. The law of space. The law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is actually the law of space. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so excited was because Chapter 31:11. Before the appearance of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian had been hoping he would be able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws. According to Ling Jueyun, since he had encountered the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of time with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had a chance to comprehend the other three supreme laws, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Even then, Duan Lingtian did not have high hopes. After all, the supreme laws were much harder to comprehend compared to ordinary laws. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was heaven-defying, it might not be able to help him comprehend the supreme laws. Today, he had created his first little world. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, the main branch from the divine tree of life that had acknowledged him as its master had suddenly interfered. Since the main branch from the divine tree of life had helped him complete his little world, he did not have to interfere with the creation of his little world. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock and at a loss, the profound divine metal suddenly asked him to use his divine consciousness to observe the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. Perhaps he might be able to comprehend the law of space. With the profound divine metals reminder, Duan Ling Tian focused on observing the process of the divine tree of life, completing his little world. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in his mind. At first, he found it difficult to comprehend. However, after a while, he felt familiar with the information as though he was born with it. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian was certain he had comprehended the laws of space. This information was related to many profundities of the law of space. Clearly, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend the various profundities of the law of space. After all, the information had appeared in his mind. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit resonated with the information. The law of space. Duan Ling Tian tried his best to suppress his excitement as he studied the law of space that had appeared in his mind. The law of space that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is 6 profundities. After confirming that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space, Duan Lingtian's heart, which had finally calmed down with great difficulty, was once again stirred up. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Although he had learned that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit could help one comprehend at least 6 profundities of a law, and some had even comprehended up to 8 profundities of a law after consuming the fruit, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Comprehending 6 profundities of a particular law was considered to be relatively ineffective. However, Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had only helped him comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. Although he had only comprehended 6 profundities, they were not ordinary profundities. This was the profound meaning of the laws of space. Spatial laws were one of the 4 supreme laws. The difficulty of comprehending them was far more difficult than ordinary laws. Ordinary laws could be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities, but the 4 supreme laws, such as the space law, could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, it was much more difficult to comprehend the 4 supreme laws compared to ordinary laws. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space in just one day. He was even slightly overjoyed with this result. This could be seen from the excitement in Duan Lingtian's heart that took a long time to calm down. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and shifted his attention to the 6 profundities of the law of space that he had comprehended with the help of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. The 6 profundities include the space elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there are 5 other profundities. They are the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity, and the territory profundity. The confinement profundity is mainly an auxiliary profundity. The distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity are mainly offensive profundities. The teleportation profundity is mainly a speed profundity. The territory profundity is mainly a defense profundity. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit helped Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of space's profundities. However, to Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he had comprehended the profundities on his own. Not only was he familiar with the profundities, but he also knew the characteristics of the profundities. Moreover, he could even use them as though they were part of his body. The confinement profundity. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It merged with the space elemental profundity before it turned into a gray energy that spread out in the air. In the next moment, this is it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze passed through the window that he had just pushed open and locked onto a black beetle that was gnawing on a tree bark in the courtyard. With just a thought, the air around the black beetle began to tremble. At the same time, the black beetle flapped its wings in an attempt to leave the tree. However, as soon as it flew up, it seemed to have bumped into something and bounced back. It could not leave the tree at all. After that, no matter which direction it went, it couldn't get more than a foot away from the branch. With the tree as the center, the area within a 1-foot radius seemed to be confined by something. It was impossible for the black beetle to leave. Duan Lingtian had used the confinement profundity from the law of space to confine the 1-foot radius around the tree. The black beetle was trapped in the space and could not leave the area. It was like a trapped beast. Withdraw. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The 1-foot radius around the black beetle began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black beetle was squeezed into a ball before it exploded into a bloody mist. The bloody mist was accompanied by debris. It was clear that the black beetle's carapace, bones, and flesh were crushed. Not only can the confinement profundity from the law of space trap people, but it can also injure and kill people. Although Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the law of space when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, the confinement profundity, most of the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman was only theoretical. Now that he had personally used the confinement profundity to kill the black beetle, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the confinement profundity was. The distortion profundity. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the tree branch where the black beetle had been. With just a thought, he activated the distortion profundity from the law of space, causing the space around the tree branch to distort. In the next moment, the tree branch swayed violently before it was reduced to dust. It was as though it had just experienced a terrifying storm. The cross-dimensional/profundity. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, a tiny spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, a blade flew out of it. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension as it traversed space and arrived here. Buzz. As the saber swept past, not only was the tree branch cut in half, but the part of the tree that was cut in half was also damaged as though it had been corroded by something. The cross-dimensional/profundity is not only powerful, but it also contains a powerful corrosive energy that corrodes everything. If a person is hit by the cross-dimensional/profundity, not only will the place where the cross-dimensional/profundity be severed, but the corrosive energy will also enter the person's internal organs and corrode them. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. The cross-dimensional/profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension. It was impossible to guard against it. At the same time, it had a terrifying corrosive effect. The teleportation profundity. When Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the law of space's teleportation profundity, he raised his hand and closed all the windows in the room. For a moment, the room seemed like a sealed space. In the next moment, swoosh, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and shrouded him. After a few moments, he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard outside the room. The teleportation profundity allows me to move through space. I can move from one place to another even if there are obstacles in the way. Just like earlier, I didn't encounter any obstacles when I disappeared from the room and reappeared here. I directly disappeared from there and teleported here through space, Qin Wentian said. However, it seems like the maximum distance I can teleport to is 100 meters. A distance of 100 meters was considered far for an ordinary person. Even if it was 100 meters, it would take at least 10 seconds. However, to the current Duan Lingtian, although the distance of 100 meters could not be said to be within reach, it was still a distance that could be traversed with just a thought. The attack that he consolidated could traverse 100 meters in just a blink of an eye. The teleportation profundity from the law of space. When it's at the rudimentary stage, I can teleport 100 meters away. When it's at the initial stage, I can teleport 10,000 meters away. When it's at the mastery stage, I can even teleport 1 million meters away. That's 2,000 miles away. I can teleport 1 million meters away in just an instant. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He could only imagine how terrifying the teleportation profundity was when it was at the mastery stage. However, even though I've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, it's still much stronger than the speed profundity that's at the rudimentary stage. After all, it's a technique that allows me to teleport without any obstacles. When he was in a battle, he could instantly appear behind his opponent like a ghost. Even if his opponent reacted in time, he would have already made a move. Chapter 31:12. Bang! Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the courtyard outside his room, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. With a soft thud, he rose into the air and hovered in the air. The territory profundity. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast the territory profundity, one of the 6 profundities from the law of space. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity swirled around him. In just a blink of an eye, the space territory was formed. In the space territory, tiny cracks in space could be seen everywhere. It was as though the energy from another dimension had emerged from the cracks in space. It looked like gray lightning bolts that surrounded Duan Lingtian. Although the space territory was a defensive profundity from the law of space, it was not lacking in offensive profundities. It was just that it was more focused on defense. When I use my territory power Upanishad, if someone fights me at close range, he has to defend against both my attacks and the attacks generated by the territory power Upanishad. Otherwise, he will be attacked by the space energy inside the territory power Upanishad. In the space territory, Duan Lingtian spread his arms and merged with the space energy in the space territory. He could clearly feel the sharp aura of the space energy in the space territory. It was as though as soon as something invaded the space territory, it would immediately attack. However, at this moment, the sharp space energy wrapped around Duan Lingtian's body like a warm embrace. It gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being in his mother's embrace when he was a child. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a fly flying in the air. He raised his hand at lightning speed and an invisible energy swept out. It wrapped around the fly and brought it into the space territory around him. As soon as the fly entered the space territory, Duan Lingtian removed the energy that enveloped the fly. Chi, 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 chi. After the little fly entered Duan Lingtian's space domain and lost the protection of Duan Lingtian's power, it was directly cut into countless pieces by the space domain's space domain, turning into fine powder that slowly fell to the ground. Based on my understanding of the laws of space's domain profundities, when one reaches the entry level of the domain profundities, they can extend their domain profundities to a distance of 10 meters. In the small success realm, it could reach a range of 100 meters. When it reaches the realm of great accomplishment, it can reach a distance of 1,000 meters. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to release his domain mysteries, but he found that he couldn't release his domain mysteries beyond 10 meters. It was just as he had expected. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian restrained the raging celestial origin energy on the surface of his body, and he descended from the sky. When he landed on the ground, it was difficult to conceal the pleasantly surprised expression on his face. The law of space had 6 profound meanings. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended all of them. Even if the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend 9 profundities from an ordinary law, he might not have been as happy as he was now. After all, the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, and the profundities it contained were notoriously difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind as a piece of information flashed past. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "This is the law of space's transportation profundity?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered another thing that surprised him. It was the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from helping him comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had also helped him comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of space. The 7th profundity was none other than the transportation profundity. Generally speaking, transportation could only be achieved through a transporting formation. However, those who had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity could also use it. Naturally, even if he had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity to the mastery stage, the distance he could travel was limited. It was impossible for it to be comparable to large-scale transporting formations that required a large amount of celestial origin energy and rare materials. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. It would take him a lot of time and effort to comprehend it to the mastery stage. However, even so, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's surprise. Comprehending the law of space's profundity meant one had opened the door to the profundity. It was only a matter of time before one comprehended it to the mastery stage. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In a remote valley outside Tianji City, two figures could be seen moving around like ghosts. One of them shone with golden light all over his body, as if a god had descended to earth. Around his body, streaks of golden sword light whizzed out. As for the other person, his exposed body suddenly disappeared into thin air in the face of his opponent's ferocious attack. When he reappeared, he was behind his opponent again. I can't help it. Unless I'm slightly stronger, I won't be able to keep up with your speed. The person whose body was covered in golden light retracted, revealing a gray figure. It was a young man in gray robes. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had reappeared a few dozen meters away and sighed. With this technique, you'll be invincible even against those who are stronger than you as long as they don't specialize in speed. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the gray-clad young man's voice when he spoke. These two figures were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, who had checked out of Tianji City early in the morning. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan had successfully become 10 Directions Celestial Dukes with the help of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Moreover, they were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who were very close to becoming Celestial Kings. Naturally, the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from helping Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan break through and become 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit had also helped them comprehend many profundities from a law they had never encountered before. For example, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. As for Ling Jueyan, he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. He only needed to comprehend the last profundity from the law of metal before he completely comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal. Ling Jueyan, who had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, was shocked Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws of space. However, when he found out Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he was delighted and challenged Duan Lingtian. For this reason, both of them had left Tianji City and came here to duel. During their previous duel, Ling Jueyan had lost to Duan Lingtian. Although he did not hold a grudge against Duan Lingtian, he did not want to miss the opportunity to defeat Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they had engaged in a duel earlier. During this duel, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements. Instead, he relied on the 6 profundities from the law of space that he had just comprehended to defeat Ling Jueyan. Since Ling Jueyan had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, Duan Lingtian was unable to face Ling Jueyan head-on. However, with the teleportation profundity, no matter how Ling Jueyan attacked, he could not touch Duan Lingtian at all. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space was far inferior to Ling Jueyan's comprehension of the law of metal. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was able to teleport behind Ling Jueyan many times and attack Ling Jueyan from the back, he was still blocked by Ling Jueyan. For this reason, both of them could not do anything to each other. After a while, Ling Jueyan finally stopped since he knew it was meaningless to continue. Moreover, if he continued, his celestial origin energy would be depleted before Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Duan Lingtian had used more profundities from the law of space. Therefore, his celestial origin energy was depleted much faster than Duan Lingtian. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. For this reason, Ling Jueyan took the initiative to stop the duel. Do you really plan to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven and not return? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyan. After all, he had discussed this with Ling Jueyan before they left Tianji City for the Jade Emperor Heaven. He planned to return to the Southern Heaven Territory and the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, Ling Jueyan planned to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven.
Yes.
Ling Jueyan nodded. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect isn't as good to me as the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to you. Moreover, it doesn't make much difference to me whether I stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven or the spirit overarching heaven. For this reason, I don't plan to return to the spirit overarching heaven. Initially, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian insisted on returning to the simplicity celestial sect in the spirit overarching heaven. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said he owed the sect leader of the simplicity celestial sect a favor, he finally understood. If it were not for the wind shadow escape talisman given to him by the sect leader of the simplicity celestial sect, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to leave the simplicity celestial sect's estate alive and obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian truly owed him a great favor. Actually, you can return with me. In the future, when we join the profound nether mansion, we'll be able to look out for each other. Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. I don't want to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven because the cloud platform celestial sect didn't do much for me. I'll be able to repay them in the future. However, the main reason is because of you. Ling Juiyan said. Me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback.
Yes.
Ling Juiyan nodded. Then, he said proudly, I know we'll be able to look out for each other if I return to the spirit overarching heaven with you. However, I don't want to be relieved. I want to grow stronger under pressure. I don't want to delay the enmity of my clan for too long. A hint of determination could be heard in Ling Juiyan's voice when he spoke. Chapter 31:13. Please tell Sister Hua that she doesn't have to worry about me. I'm no longer the same as before. Even without her help, I'll still be able to make a name for myself in the Devata realm. Ling Juiyan said to Duan Lingtian before he left. Currently, Huang had not fully merged with Duan Lingtian's prominent celestial weapon, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. For this reason, she was still in Duan Lingtian's body and was unaware of what was happening outside. However, when Duan Lingtian was talking to the 5 divine elements in his body, Huang had interjected. For this reason, she was happy for Ling Juiyan when she learned that Ling Juiyan had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's grown up, Huang sighed after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. She did not say anything else and fell silent again. However, Duan Lingtian could hear the worry in Huang's voice. With his current strength, it won't be difficult for him to grow up safely as long as he doesn't take risks recklessly. Duan Lingtian comforted Huang. Based on her words, it was clear she was in a better mood. It's time for me to return to the spirit overarching heaven. After Ling Juiyan's figure disappeared from sight, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to Tianji City. He planned to use the transporting formation in Tianji City to return to the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. After all, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was the reason he was able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Previously, if it were not for the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him, he would not have been able to escape from the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang unless he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, he would still have to pay a price. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin had comprehended far more profound laws than him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. For this reason, when the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang attacked him a month ago, he did consider using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon as a last resort. However, even if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he might not be able to escape unscathed. After all, unlike when he left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, he was facing 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. Fortunately, Ling Juiyan had a life-saving celestial talisman with him. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to fight the 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. The sect leader didn't waste the Wind Shadow Escape talisman he gave me. Now that I'm a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, I should be able to enter the profound nether mansion, right? On the way back to Tianji City, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flickered. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who was not even 100 years old would not have to go through the profound nether mansion's recruitment process. Previously, although he was not even 100 years old, He was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and had comprehended two profundities from the law of fire, making him one of the rare geniuses in the profound nether mansion. Although there were not many people in the profound nether mansion who had such achievements, there were still a few. Moreover, in the history of the profound nether mansion, the southern heaven territory, and the spirit overarching heaven, there were many people who were outstanding in the beginning but ended up mediocre and mediocre in the end. Therefore, for a force like the profound nether mansion, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended two profundities from a law before the age of 100 was not worthy of the profound nether mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had to stay in the simplicity celestial sect and wait for the right time to enter the profound nether mansion. However, after Duan Lingtian consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only had he become a 10-direction celestial duke, but he had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet. It could be said that Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age were unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. Even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian's current achievements were enough to attract the attention of the profound nether mansion. In the Devata realms, fortuitous encounters were also a part of one's strength. In the Southern Heaven Territory of the spirit overarching heaven, the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang had returned empty-handed. However, since they did not mention anything about meeting Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang was certain that Duan Lingtian was dead. After all, the reincarnated celestial emperor had sacrificed Duan Lingtian to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang decided to put Duan Lingtian's mission on hold. Usually, if a mission was put on hold, it would mean the mission was over. However, since the target's body was not found, the mission could only be put on hold. Under such circumstances, if the target did not show up, the mission would be put on hold. However, if the target showed up in front of everyone, and the Blood Skull Gang confirmed that the target was still alive, they would restart the mission and wouldn't give up until the target was dead. The mission can't be put on hold. Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't return to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the mission can't be put on hold. Lung Yi, the 9 Palaces celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang, who had just returned to the spirit overarching heaven, said with a grim expression on his face when he learned that the mission to kill Duan Lingtian had been put on hold. Naturally, I won't reveal that I've met Duan Lingtian. After all, Zhou Jun and I didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. Lung Yi and the other 9 Palaces celestial king had lied about not being able to find Duan Lingtian. Based on this, the Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Lingtian must have been killed. The Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Lingtian must have been sacrificed to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In fact, Lung Yi and the other 9 Palaces celestial king could also say that Duan Lingtian had used another wind shadow escape talisman, or that someone close to Duan Lingtian had used an escape celestial talisman that was on par with the wind shadow escape talisman. However, if they said that, they would have to explain the situation in detail. In order to simplify the mission, they would have to lie about not being able to find Duan Lingtian. However, now that Lung Yi learned that the mission to kill Duan Lingtian had been put on hold, he could no longer sit still. Duan Lingtian, a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, had escaped from him, a 9 Palaces celestial king, twice. Lung Yi was greatly humiliated. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Even if Duan Lingtian had not returned to the spirit overarching heaven, Lung Yi did not want the mission to be put on hold. After all, if the mission was put on hold, he would have to do it himself if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in the future. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to look for Duan Lingtian. However, if the mission to kill Duan Lingtian continued, even if Duan Lingtian was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Blood Skull Gang would still use their intelligence network in the Jade Emperor Heaven to search for Duan Lingtian. I should ask Wang Qianzhan. Lung Yi suddenly remembered Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He still had Wang Qianzhan's soul pearl, so he could contact Wang Qianzhan. Naturally, Lung Yi was unaware that Wang Qianzhan was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After Duan Lingtian escaped from him using the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, Wang Qianzhan had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect and was no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Wang Qianzhan did not have a good time. His former enemies were afraid of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, when they found out he had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect, they immediately sought revenge on him. Lord. When he received Long Ye's message, Wang Qianzhan was hiding in a swamp. Even so, he did not dare to neglect Long Ye's message. Based on what I know, Duan Lingtian is a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. His soul pearl should be somewhere in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Can you check if his soul pearl has shattered? Is he dead? Long Ye's tone was condescending, causing Wang Qianzhan's originally depressed mood to become even more depressed. Lord, what do you mean? Duan Lingtian might be dead? Wang Qianzhan's eyes lit up immediately. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face. Initially, he still harbored resentment toward Long Yi. After all, he had openly colluded with Long Yi to deal with Duan Lingtian. That was why he was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect by Sun Liangpeng. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was still alive. For this reason, he harbored resentment toward Long Yi. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian might be dead, his resentment toward Long Yi disappeared. Yes, Long Yi replied. He briefly explained where Duan Lingtian had gone after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, and how the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. We couldn't find Duan Lingtian in the area where Duan Lingtian had stayed in the Yin Huang Heaven. For this reason, we believe he's dead and was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. Duan Lingtian was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree? As the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who had lived longer than Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzhan had heard about the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. For this reason, he laughed heartily when he learned Duan Lingtian had been tricked into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. The person who plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree was no ordinary person. Long Yi had said the person who plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree was a reincarnated Celestial Emperor. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. Lord Long Yi, I think you're overthinking things. If Duan Lingtian was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree, there's no doubt he's dead. Wang Qianzhan laughed heartily before he replied to Long Yi. I want to confirm whether he's dead or alive through his soul pearl. Chapter 31:14. If Long Yi had not met Duan Lingtian in the Flame Emperor Heaven, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was dead as well. Now that he knew Duan Lingtian was still alive, he asked Wang Qianzhan to investigate because he wanted to find a way to inform the organization behind him that Duan Lingtian was still alive, so that the organization could reactivate the mission that had been put on hold. My lord, Wang Qianzhan smiled bitterly as he replied, you might not know this, but after Duan Lingtian escaped from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, I was expelled by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. When I was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, it wasn't difficult for me to investigate Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. However, there's nothing I can do now. Wang Qianzhan replied. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Long Yi scoffed. Even if you're no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, don't tell me you didn't have one or two trusted aides. It shouldn't be difficult for you to ask them to investigate Duan Lingtian's soul pearl for you, right? My lord, I, Wang Qianzhan, have offended many people in the past. Ever since I was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, I've been running from place to place. When I was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, my trusted aides were still willing to listen to my orders. Now that I'm in such dire straits, it's impossible for them to listen to me, let alone help me. Wang Qianzhan said self-deprecatingly, if you do this well, I'll recommend you to become an assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. Long Yi replied. Wang Qianzhan's eyes widened in shock as soon as he heard Long Ye's words. An expression of joy appeared on his face as he asked, "My lord, why you're telling the truth? Let's get this done first." Leng Yi said, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll definitely get this done," Wang Qianzhan said confidently. Although most of what he said to Leng Yi was true, it was not difficult for Leng Yi to find out if the soul pearl that Duan Ling Tian had placed in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate was broken. As long as Leng Yi was willing to pay a price, someone would help him. Third Elder. Wang Qianzhan contacted the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect through the soul pearl of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, when the Third Elder received Wang Qianzhan's message, the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect asked in confusion, Grand Elder? I'm no longer the First Elder. Third Elder, I'll get straight to the point. I'm looking for you because I need your help. Of course, this favor is nothing to you, but I won't let you do it for free." Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, the eyes of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect lit up. "Grand Elder, are you sure this is all? You're willing to pay such a high price for such a small matter? Such a huge price?" Wang Qianzhan did not reply to the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Was the price too high? Perhaps it was quite high. However, compared to the opportunity to become an assassin of the Blood Skull Gang, it was not worth mentioning. After waiting for about an hour, the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect sent another message to Wang Qianzhan. A frown appeared on Wang Qianzhan's face as his expression darkened. "Third Elder, are you sure Duan Lingtian's soul pearl is still intact?"
Yes.
The Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect nodded. "I personally went to see it and confirmed it several times. The soul pearl is indeed Duan Lingtian's." "All right." Wang Qianzhan took a deep breath before his expression softened slightly. "Third Elder, you can go and retrieve the soul pearl now. I placed it in." As soon as Wang Qianzhan finished speaking, he had paid the price for asking about Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. Previously, when he was still in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he had hidden a treasure somewhere in the Sex Estate. Since he did not have the opportunity to retrieve the treasure, he did not feel bad about giving it away. "I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would survive after being tricked by a reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing himself to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree." Wang Qianzhan's eyes flashed. He found this hard to accept. Perhaps the reincarnated Celestial Emperor didn't sacrifice Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian will die soon. After a while, Wang Qianzhan contacted Leng Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. "Lord, I've confirmed that Duan Lingtian's soul pearl is intact. He's still alive." "Very good." Leng Yi nodded before he asked Wang Qianzhan to use the transportation formation in the Blood Skull Gang's estate. He would personally recommend Wang Qianzhan to join the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Qianzhan did as he was told. Leng Yi did not lie to Wang Qianzhan. He had indeed recommended Wang Qianzhan to join the Blood Skull Gang. At the same time, he wanted Wang Qianzhan to testify that Duan Lingtian was still alive. To Leng Yi, Wang Qianzhan was only useful because he could testify that Duan Lingtian was still alive. With this, the mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian that had been put on hold for a while was reactivated. What? The mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansions territory, has been reactivated. Chun-Li, the son of Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, who had accepted the mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian, received a message from his father. Wasn't Duan Lingtian tricked by a reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing himself to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree? How's it possible that he's still alive? Chun-Li found it hard to believe. As it turns out, he's still alive. Chen Yuanshan said in a deep voice. However, we can't be sure if the reincarnated Celestial Emperor hasn't sacrificed Duan Lingtian yet. If that's the case, it won't be long before Duan Lingtian dies. That must be the case. Even if the reincarnated Celestial Emperor's strength is mediocre, Tin Duan Lingtian won't be a match for him. Chun-Li said. Naturally, there's another possibility. Duan Lingtian managed to escape the reincarnated Celestial Emperor's control and wasn't sacrificed. Chen Yuanshan continued to speculate. Just as Chun-Li was in a bad mood because of his father's message, a voice suddenly rang out. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, a travel-worn figure appeared at the transporting formation outside a city in the profound nether mansions territory. What is this place? The travel-weary figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had teleported to the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation in Tianji City in the Yen Huang Heaven's equal heaven territory, Red Mountain City? After asking around, Duan Ling Tian learned the name of the city behind him. Based on this, he was certain he was in the profound nether mansion. Previously, when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had seen a map of the profound nether mansion's territory. He remembered Red Mountain City was located south of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was quite a distance away from the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, with his current speed, it would not take long for him to reach the Simplicity Celestial sect. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. It hasn't been long since I left, but it feels like a lifetime has passed, Duan Ling Tian sighed as he stood outside the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Then, he flew into the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone. True disciple. When they saw the command token that Duan Ling Tian produced, the few patrolling disciples bowed to Duan Ling Tian in unison. After Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently and left, they looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that disappeared into the distance and whispered in discussion. Since when did the Simplicity Celestial sect have a new true disciple? You've just come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. I'm afraid you're unaware that the position of the last true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect has been given to someone by the sect leader. That person's name is Duan Ling Tian, and he just joined the sect not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, that purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian. Isn't Duan Ling Tian a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial? I didn't see him using any profundities from a law, but I'm afraid only those with celestial origin energy above a celestial duke can do that, right? Is it possible that he's a one basic celestial duke? A one basic celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of the discussions among the patrolling disciples. As soon as he returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, the first thing he did was look for Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, Sun Liangpeng was already waiting for Duan Ling Tian in his residence. Sect leader. Since Sun Liangpeng had informed the patrolling disciples, no one stopped Duan Ling Tian from entering the estate. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the estate, he saw Sun Liangpeng, who had been waiting for him in the front yard. How was it? Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Some time ago, his friends in the profound nether mansion had informed him that there was a reincarnated celestial emperor in the Yen Huang heaven plotting against the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Before Duan Ling Tian left, he had also heard about the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to connect the dots. Whoosh! As though in response to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Ling Tian removed the profound divine metal's concealment on his soul. His soul energy that contained the aura of his cultivation base was revealed to Sun Liangpeng. Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened in shock when he sensed the aura of Duan Ling Tian's soul energy. This was because the aura of Duan Ling Tian's soul energy was that of a 10-direction celestial duke. Why you obtained the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Chapter 31:15. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response, causing Sun Liangpeng's face to turn completely red. His eyes shone brightly, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. It took him a long time to calm down. Sect leader. Sun Liangpeng was still in a daze after learning that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit when Duan Ling Tian asked, "Under what circumstances would the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang be able to track me down?" What? Sun Liangpeng was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You're saying the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill you? That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Not only did they find me in the Jade Emperor Heaven, But they also found me in the Yin Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Duan Lingtian did not forget that the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang were able to locate him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. For this reason, Duan Lingtian wanted to know how the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang managed to locate him even though they were in a Devata realm. It was as though they knew he had left the spirit overarching heaven and had gone to the Yin Mountain Mansion in the Yin Huang Heaven's equal heaven territory. If that's the case, the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a formation grandmaster to investigate the transporting formation you used, Sun Liang Peng said solemnly. Sun Liang Peng said solemnly, if you want to investigate the transporting formation, you'll need the permission of a vice mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, the mansion master has the authority to do so as well. However, it's impossible for them to grant such authority to just anyone, let alone the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. For this reason, I'm guessing one of the vice mansion masters must have given the Blood Skull Gang a pass. As he spoke, Sun Liangping's tone was filled with certainty. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Liangping's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Sect leader, you're saying one of the vice mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion allowed the Blood Skull Gang to cross the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill me? Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, Sect leader, how many vice mansion masters are there in the profound Nether Mansion? 3. Sun Liangpeng replied to Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think the 3 vice mansion masters would allow the Blood Skull Gang to kill a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect like you. After all, once this matter is leaked, Lord Mansion Master will never let them off. For this reason, I think the vice mansion master of the Blood Skull Gang is unaware of the truth. He doesn't know the Blood Skull Gang's target is you, a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng knew the profound Nether Mansion very well since the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, I suspect that even the vice sect master himself didn't know that the Blood Skull Assassin organization was the one he was helping. He's worried the vice mansion master won't let him off easily if something happens to him. Sun Liangpeng continued to speculate. It doesn't matter if the vice mansion master is aware of it or not. He's still the one who allowed the Blood Skull Gang to kill me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. If it weren't for Ling Jueyun, he would have been killed by the 2 Blood Skull Gang assassins. What's the cultivation base of the 2 Blood Skull Gang assassins? Sun Liangpeng asked. The assassin from before and the other assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Duan Lingtian replied. What? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically. He remembered the assassin from before was a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Apart from that assassin, there was another 9 Palaces Celestial King who went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill Duan Lingtian. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? Sun Liangpeng's scalp turned numb when he thought about it. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang would be able to kill Sun Liangpeng in just a blink of an eye. After a moment of shock, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, Duan Lingtian, how did you escape from 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? He really couldn't wrap his head around how Duan Lingtian managed to escape from under the noses of those 2 assassins. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian's consumable royal-grade celestial weapon can still be used? Sun Liangpeng thought to himself. If that's the case, with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian has comprehended, it's possible for him to escape from the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings and even kill them. My friend used an escape celestial talisman that's comparable to the Wind Shadow escape talisman to help me escape. Duan Lingtian replied. Your friend? Sun Liangpeng was stunned. He's Ling Jueyun. He ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian said, there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. I consumed one of them. The other one was used by him. Ling Jueyun? Sun Liangpeng was slightly surprised. Did you join forces with him and snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the reincarnated celestial emperor? Something like that. Duan Lingtian nodded. I didn't expect the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect to be so lucky. Sun Liangpeng sighed emotionally. Ling Jueyun will definitely shine once he joins the profound nether mansion. At that time, the old bald donkey from the cloud platform celestial sect will definitely be rewarded by Lord Mansion Master. However, although Sun Liang Peng was sighing, he did not reveal the slightest bit of envy. After all, while the cloud platform celestial sect had Ling Jueyun, the simplicity celestial sect also had Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun didn't return to the spirit overarching heaven with me. He plans to stay in the Jade Emperor heaven. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liang Peng burst out laughing. It seems like the old bald donkey from the cloud platform, celestial sect, failed to keep Ling Jue. After laughing for a while, Sun Liang Peng finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "Thank you, Duan Lingtian." Sun Liang Peng knew very well that Duan Lingtian did not return. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not have to return to the spirit overarching heaven. However, since Duan Lingtian had returned to the profound nether mansion, there was no doubt Duan Lingtian was ready to join the profound nether mansion. Once Duan Lingtian joined the profound nether mansion, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would definitely reward Sun Liang Peng for recommending Duan Lingtian to join the profound nether mansion. There's no need to thank me, sect leader. If it weren't for your wind shadow escape talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. That's how I managed to obtain the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Sun Liang Peng's words. Moreover, compared to the Jade Emperor heaven, I've spent some time in the spirit overarching heaven, so I'm more familiar with the spirit overarching heaven. It's best for me to join the profound nether mansion. Without waiting for Sun Liang Peng's reply, Duan Lingtian asked, "Sect leader, I want to join the profound nether mansion as soon as possible. Is there a way? With your current strength, isn't it easy for you to join the profound nether mansion?" As Sun Liang Peng spoke, he took out a communication celestial talisman and crushed it. After a while, Sun Liang Peng regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, I've already informed my senior uncle. He'll be here to bring you to the profound nether mansion in 3 days." Sect leader's senior uncle? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Could it be one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion? Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard many people mention that one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion was a senior from the Simplicity Celestial sect. It seemed like the senior from the Simplicity Celestial sect was Sun Liang Peng's senior uncle. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian asked this question. "That's right," Sun Liang Peng replied with a smile. Then, he said with a smile, "Senior uncle is very interested in you after learning that you've become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, even though you're not even 100 years old. Moreover, Senior uncle said you'll definitely pass the test set by the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. With your innate talent and comprehension skills, you'll be able to join the profound nether mansion and become the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion." Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Imperial Tutor? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had never heard of the profound nether mansion having an Imperial Tutor Pavilion or Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion is a very special pavilion in the profound nether mansion. There hasn't been a new Imperial Tutor in the profound nether mansion for the past 30,000 years. For this reason, the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's reputation has weakened over time. In fact, many people in the profound nether mansion don't even know about its existence. Sun Liang Peng's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, once I bring you to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, I'm sure you'll be able to pass the test set by the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the past 30,000 years. There hasn't been a new Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion for the past 30,000 years?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously, "Sect leader, is it difficult to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion?" "Of course, it's difficult," Sun Liang Peng replied. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "The last Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was 30,000 years ago. At that time, the Imperial Tutor had become a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke when he was almost 200 years old. Moreover, He had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind. The reverence in Sun Liangpeng's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. A 9 palaces celestial duke, who's not even 200 years old, who has comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to become a 9 palaces celestial duke and comprehend 5 profundities from the law of wind before the age of 200. Chapter 31:16. Sect Leader. Where's that person now? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. In his opinion, since that person had such a high cultivation base 30,000 years ago, he would not be a simple person if he was still in the Southern Heaven territory. After all, that person was a 9 palaces celestial duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind 30,000 years ago. He's dead, Sun Liangpeng said with a sigh. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension ability were extraordinary, and he shocked everyone in the profound Nether Mansion for a period of time. After that, he went to the clan above the profound Nether Mansion and further displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability. After that, when he broke through and became a 6-combo celestial king, a prodigy from another clan who was older than him and slightly weaker than him dared to lay his hands on his wife. In a fit of anger, he challenged that prodigy to a battle to the death. In the end, he died in the hands of that prodigy. Otherwise, with his innate talent and comprehension skills, his achievements would definitely be on par with the prodigy who killed him. A hint of regret could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he spoke. He's dead? Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian felt sorry for the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago. If the imperial tutor was still alive, he would definitely be a celestial lord at the top of the pyramid in the Southern Heaven territory. If the imperial tutor had held back for a while before making a move on that prodigy, he might have been able to kill that prodigy, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he knew very well that not many people would be able to hold themselves back. That's only natural. After all, his innate talent and comprehension skills are superior to that prodigy. Sun Liangpeng said confidently. That person, is he still alive? Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
Yes.
Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then, he smiled wryly. Not only is he alive, but he's also the patriarch of his clan. Although the patriarch of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory isn't the strongest, he's still a celestial lord at the very least. That person is much stronger than most of the patriarchs of the 10 major clans. It's said that he's close to becoming a titled celestial lord. Sun Liangpeng said. That person already has such achievements today? Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. If the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion is still alive, he would have become a titled celestial lord by now, right? Sun Liangpeng nodded. If his innate talent and comprehension skills had remained stable, he would have become a titled celestial lord or even a celestial emperor by now. If he's still alive, he shouldn't be any weaker than the current ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, the Southern Heaven celestial lord. It's a pity that the heavens were jealous of his talent and caused him to die at such a young age. It's said that when his wife was tainted, she was already pregnant with his child. Later, after he died, his pregnant wife mysteriously disappeared. Many people said that the genius of that clan killed her in order to eliminate the root of the problem. I even heard that his wife was a staunch person, but because she cared about the child in her womb, she didn't choose to commit suicide before that clan's genius touched her. A hint of anger could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he spoke. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Not only did he humiliate someone's wife, but he even killed his pregnant wife after killing the imperial tutor. It was not an exaggeration to call someone like that a beast. Back then, due to that incident, the people from the profound Nether Mansion didn't get to see the imperial tutor rise to the top in the Southern Heaven territory. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent and comprehension skills aren't inferior to the imperial tutor. Coupled with your fortuitous encounters, your future achievements won't be inferior to the imperial tutor. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, with your current age and achievements, It's only a matter of time before you become the new imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian, before you go to the profound Nether Mansion, I'll give you a piece of advice. At this point, Sun Liangping's originally calm expression turned incomparably solemn. Back then, that imperial tutor died midway and caused his future to be destroyed. You already know about this. I hope that you won't do something you aren't confident in the future. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as one is alive, there's hope. However, once one dies, there's no hope at all. Sun Liangping's words were clear. He did not want Duan Lingtian to follow the footsteps of the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. In Sun Liangping's opinion, if the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion had been more forgiving, not only would he have gotten his revenge, but he would also have become a titled celestial lord. Sect leader, I think the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion is a sentimental person. If you were in his shoes, would you be able to tolerate such a thing if you were in his shoes? Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully before he said, there are some things that can't be endured. However, there are also some things that can be endured. Sun Liangpeng was at a loss for words. After all, if he were the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he might not have been able to endure the same thing. The greatest enmity in the world was the murder of one's father and the murder of one's wife. Naturally, I, Duan Lingtian, wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to me. Although I admire the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion for being a sentimental person, I have to admit that he wasn't a good husband. He didn't even protect his wife well. Furthermore, his wife is pregnant with his child. Duan Lingtian said, it's one thing if he died before his wife was raped. However, I have to say he's responsible for her death as well. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, a man who could not even protect his woman was not worthy of being called a man. You can't say that. Who would have thought he would do something to his wife? Sun Liangpeng disagreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly. He did not argue with Sun Liangpeng. After all, he still believed that if the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion had protected his wife well, nothing would have happened to her. Even if the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion had to cultivate and could not take care of his wife, could he not rely on his innate talent and comprehension skills to ask the elders who valued him to take care of his wife? When Sun Liangpeng saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of continuing the topic, he changed the topic and asked, Duan Lingtian, apart from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's ability to greatly improve one's cultivation base, it seems like it can also help one comprehend profundities from a law that one has never encountered before. I wonder what kind of law you've comprehended. How many profundities have you comprehended? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The law of space. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively interrupted Duan Lingtian. Why you've comprehended the law of space?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. How many profundities? Sun Liangpeng asked again. Not many. Just 6. Duan Lingtian replied. 6? That's not many? Sun Liangpeng glared at Duan Lingtian. He almost beat Duan Lingtian up. It's not many, right? I heard that those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be able to comprehend at least 6 profundities from a law. I'm the one who comprehended the least profundities among those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian spread his hands and said, let's not talk about others. Take my friend, Ling Jueyun, who stayed in the Jade Emperor Heaven, for example. He comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You said it's the law of metal. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said, the law of metal is only an ordinary law. It can't be compared to the law of space. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, and it's widely acknowledged that the 4 supreme laws are difficult to comprehend. As far as I know, those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and comprehended 6 profundities from a law only comprehended ordinary laws. I've never heard of anyone comprehending any of the 4 supreme laws after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of jealousy could be seen in Sun Liangping's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even Sun Liangpeng had not comprehended the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended any of the other three supreme laws as well. After chatting with Sun Liangpeng for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to return to his residence as a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, Sun Liangpeng asked him to stay. Since it's only 3 days, why don't you stay here? You can have a good chat with me during these 3 days as well. I'm very interested in your trip to the Jade Emperor Heaven to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from a reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian found it hard to refuse Sun Liangpeng's kindness. Therefore, he stayed at Sun Liangpeng's place for 3 days. In these 3 days, he told Sun Liangpeng everything that had happened in the Yanhuang sky. Of course, he kept some things from Sun Liangpeng, such as not mentioning the 5 divine elemental spirits or the immortal treasures. Although Sun Liangpeng mentioned Emperor-grade celestial weapons and royal-grade celestial weapons, he did not have any of them. It seems like the reincarnated celestial emperor didn't manage to retrieve the item he left behind in his past life. Or perhaps, the item he left behind in his past life was not hidden well enough and was taken away by someone else. Sun Liangpeng had once made such a guess in front of Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed with his guess. Of course, he knew in his heart Sun Liangpeng might not fully believe his words. However, as long as Sun Liangpeng was not certain if he possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon or an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 31:17. 3 days later, a travel-worn figure arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. The figure belonged to an old man with a medium build. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Without alerting any of the patrolling elders or disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he arrived at the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Little Peng Peng. The old man hovered in the air above the residence as he greeted the person below. Little Peng Peng? Duan Lingtian, who was chatting with Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, did not notice the old man's arrival. It was only when the old man's voice rang in his ears that he noticed the old man's presence. Upon seeing the old man, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was Sun Liangpeng's senior uncle. Sun Liangpeng was also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Upon hearing the old man's voice, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Sun Liangpeng. His gaze changed slightly. Little Peng Peng? The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was being addressed in such a manner? When Sun Liangpeng heard the old man's voice, he felt slightly embarrassed. When he saw Duan Lingtian's strange gaze, he could not help but blush even though he was already quite old. Senior uncle, can't you change the way you address me? I'm the leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. You're ruining my image by calling me that. Sun Liangpeng smiled wryly as he stood up to greet the old man. Brat, I've been calling you that since you were still running around naked. What's wrong? Are you all grown up now? The old man grumbled as he descended from the air. He sat down on the stone bench beside Sun Liangpeng without any trace of politeness. He picked up the wine jug on the table and poured it directly into his mouth. He was not polite at all, as if he had returned to his own home. At this moment, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet while the old man remained seated, and Sun Liangpeng remained standing. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian stood up, he felt an invisible force surging out of the old man's body and shrouding him, forcing him to sit back down. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Don't learn from little Peng Peng. In front of me, there are not so many rules. You don't have to be so restrained. Just do as you please. Senior. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he also saw the old man's amiability. Duan Lingtian, this is my senior uncle, Qi Tianming. He's also a former supreme elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. You can call him Elder Qi. At this time, Sun Liangpeng also sat down. After glancing at Duan Lingtian, he looked at the old man and introduced him. Elder Qi. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man again, and at the same time, his heart was moved. Based on the old man's aura, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man's cultivation base was higher than the 2-9 Palace's celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian was certain the old man was stronger than the 2-9 Palace's celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily possess the celestial origin energy and soul of a one basic celestial lord for a short period of time. After consuming his celestial origin energy, his cultivation base and soul had regressed to the level of a 10-direction celestial king, a 9 Palaces celestial king, and an 8 trigrams celestial king. It was not difficult for him to discern the difference in aura between a 10-direction celestial king and a 9 Palaces celestial king. Sect leader, Elder Qi is a 10-direction celestial king? Duan Lingtian asked Sun Liangpeng through a voice transmission. It's no secret that the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion are all 10-direction celestial kings. Who did you hear this from? You don't seem to believe it. Sun Liangpeng replied through voice transmission. The 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion were all 10-direction celestial kings? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although Duan Lingtian was aware of the existence of the profound Nether Mansion's 10 inspectors, he did not know they were all 10-direction celestial kings. After all, each of them was stronger than any of the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, but he did not know they were all 10-direction celestial kings. Does this mean Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, is also a 10-direction celestial king? In fact, before Qi Tianming, Duan Ling Tian had met another inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He had met Bihai Mingfeng in the southern heaven ancient realm. Bihai Mingfeng seemed to be Huang Jialong's idol. Jialong joined the coupling celestial sect. I wonder how he's doing now. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was one of the few friends he had made after he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. After spending some time with Huang Jialong, he had begun to treat Huang Jialong as an important friend. After all, he did not have many friends whom he valued as much as Huang Jialong. I should visit him in the coupling celestial sect when I'm in the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Senior uncle, I'm afraid the profound Nether Mansion will be shocked when you bring Duan Lingtian back, right? Sun Liangpeng asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming did not respond to Sun Liangpeng. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with narrowed eyes, Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little Peng that you've comprehended the law of space after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Moreover, you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Can you show it to me? Qi Tianming asked again. How do you want to show it to me? Duan Lingtian knew the old man was trying to test him. After all, up until now, the old man's understanding of him was based on Sun Liangpeng's description. If Qi Tianming wanted to bring him to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, it would definitely alarm many people in the profound Nether Mansion. If his performance was mediocre and he failed to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tianming would definitely embarrass Qi Tianming. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to understand Qi Tianming's intentions. Let's do it right here. Attack me with all your might and show me your profundity from the law of space. Qi Tianming said. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of Qi Tianming's body. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rays of blue light shot out of Qi Tianming's body and shrouded the stone table, the stone bench, the floor, the lawn, and the entire mansion. In just a blink of an eye, the entire mansion was covered in a layer of blue. The law of water. Qi Tianming muttered to himself. Moreover, there are at least 7 or 8 profundities contained in them. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he saw Qi Tianming's profundity. Then, he no longer said anything and activated his 99 heavenly veins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. In the next moment, territory, confinement, distortion, cross-dimensional slash. Duan Lingtian cast the 4 profundities from the law of space in just a blink of an eye. Qi Tianming, Sun Liangpeng, and Qi Tianming's profundities spread in all directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The space energy was extremely powerful. Fortunately, Qi Tianming had made a move to protect his surroundings. Otherwise, Duanling Tian's attack would have been enough to destroy the entire mansion. Moreover, it would have been reduced to rubble. This is the law of space's territory profundity, the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-dimensional / profundity. Although Duanling Tian's attack was powerful, it did not pose any threat to Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming casually blocked Qi Tianming's attack and began to recite the profundities from the law of space that Duanling Tian had cast. As for the space elemental profundity, Qi Tianming did not mention it. Naturally, there was no need for him to mention it. The space elemental profundity was one of the basic profundities from the law of space. If one wanted to cast other profundities from the law of space, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, one had to comprehend the space elemental profundity first. Meanwhile, Sun Liangpeng was also defending himself against Duanling Tian's attack. When Duanling Tian attacked Qi Tianming, a portion of his attack landed on Sun Liangpeng, who was sitting next to Qi Tianming. However, with his strength, he was able to easily block Duanling Tian's attack. Moreover, it was only a small portion of Duanling Tian's attack. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qi Tianming's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duanling Tian. Then, he raised his hand and swung it toward Duanling Tian. In the next moment, a water dragon seemed to have appeared out of thin air and swept toward Duanling Tian as it whistled. As the water dragon flew out, it grew larger and larger. In the end, when it was close to Duanling Tian, it opened its mouth that was as big as a basin, as though it could swallow Duanling Tian in one gulp. Whoosh! Just as the water dragon was about to bite Duanling Tian disappeared like a ghost. This is, Sun Liangpeng's eyes narrowed. When Duanling Tian disappeared, he could not see Duanling Tian's movements at all. It was as though Duanling Tian's speed was so fast that he could not see him with his naked eyes. In the next moment, Sun Liangpeng discovered Duanling Tian, standing behind Qi Tianming. Teleportation profundity. At the same time, Qi Tianming's low voice rang in Sun Liangpeng's ears. So it's the law of space's teleportation profundity. No wonder I couldn't see Duanling Tian's movements. The teleportation profundity allows one to move through space without leaving a trace. Sun Liangpeng knew this very well. Even a celestial emperor would not be able to see Duanling Tian's movements, let alone a celestial king. This was because Duanling Tian had teleported to another place without leaving a trace. Old Qi, is that enough? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Qi Tianming. Duanling Tian teleported again and disappeared behind Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming's attack had missed after Duanling Tian teleported away. Chapter 31:18. Amazing! Amazing! The old man sighed emotionally when he heard Duanling Tian's question. Then, he said, "That's more than enough. With your strength, it'll be easy for you to become the first imperial tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's imperial tutor pavilion in the past 30,000 years. In fact, based on the strength you've displayed earlier, you'll definitely be able to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and occupy a spot on the scoreboard." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duanling Tian. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The scoreboard? Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian felt a sense of familiarity. Before he came to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked second on the scoreboard, second only to Ling Juan. Naturally, the reason he was ranked second was because he had intentionally given Ling Juyun some of his points back when they were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, he would have been ranked first in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Old Qi, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is similar to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, apart from the 10 directions Celestial Dukes, right? You mentioned there's a scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Duanling Tian asked curiously. When Duanling Tian first learned about the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had heard that it was divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms. Those who entered the lower realm were peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Those who entered the middle realm were 10 directions celestial dukes. Those who entered the upper realm were 10 directions celestial kings. Similar? Qi Tianming shook his head. There's a huge difference. If you want to know more, I'll explain it to you on our way back to the profound nether mansion. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The moment Duan Lingtian nodded, Qi Tianming stood up and looked at Sun Liang Pong. Little Pong Pong, I'll take Duan Lingtian away first. You, just wait for the prefecture master's reward. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Qi Tianming's face. After all, Sun Liang Pong was his junior nephew. He had watched Sun Liang Pong grow up since Sun Liang Pong was a child. Therefore, he was happy that Sun Liang Pong was rewarded by the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Martial uncle, aren't you going to stay for a few days? Sun Liang Pong said reluctantly, thinking back. I haven't listened to your teachings for a long time. Since when are you willing to listen to my teachings? Qi Tianming raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes like a kid. Whoosh! In the next moment, he brought along the Duan Lingtian and disappeared from Sun Liangping's sight like a gust of wind. For a moment, only the embarrassed Sun Liang Pong was left in the huge courtyard. On the other side, as a 10-direction celestial king, Qi Tianming's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had brought Duan Lingtian away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Old Qi, since you're the sect leader's martial uncle, this means you're his master's senior brother. Since you're one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, is the sect leader's master in the profound nether mansion as well? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as Qi Tianming brought them to their destination. His master is indeed my junior brother. A hint of nostalgia flashed in the old man's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Back then, he went to the profound nether mansion with me. However, he wasn't as lucky as me. He died in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He didn't even get to see his only direct disciple become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, if he's in heaven and knows that little Pong has become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he'll definitely be happy. After all, becoming the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was his lifelong wish. The old man sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian frowned. Isn't that a place where only celestial kings and below are allowed to enter? The sect leader's master died before he became a celestial king? Yes. The old man nodded. Back then, both of us were 10 directions celestial dukes. We entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as disciples of the profound nether mansion. I survived, but he died in there. After he died, I returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After that, I joined the profound nether mansion. First, I became an elder of the profound nether mansion. Then, I competed with a group of people and successfully became one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Although the old man spoke casually, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect the sadness in the old man's voice when he mentioned his junior brother. Moreover, the old man's tone was solemn when he mentioned the competition for the position of an inspector of the profound nether mansion. I see. Duan Lingtian quickly changed the topic. Old Qi, you told me there's a huge difference between the middle realm and the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. What's the difference between the middle realm and the lower realm? In the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials enter to search for fortuitous encounters. Only those who are strong can come out alive. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, on the other hand, is a place where grade 6 celestial mansions compete openly and covertly. The representatives of the various mansions are the celestial dukes sent by their respective mansions. The celestial dukes of the various mansions will fight for a place in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The ranking of the celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will affect the rewards they'll receive from the 10 major clans. For example, if a celestial duke from the profound nether mansion ranks first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll be rewarded handsomely by the 10 major clans. The profound nether mansion's celestial duke who ranks first will also be rewarded handsomely by the profound nether mansion. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. After the old man finished speaking, he He continued to explain the details to Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian could learn more about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. With this, Duan Lingtian learned about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was like a platform for elimination. After all, the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory would send their celestial dukes to compete in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, the ranking would affect the benefits that grade 6 celestial mansions would receive from the 10 major clans. Therefore, every grade 6 celestial mansion would have to pay a huge amount of celestial crystals to the clan behind it every month. If a celestial duke from a grade 6 celestial mansion ranked in the top 20 until the end of the month, the grade 6 celestial mansion would no longer have to pay celestial crystals. If a grade 6 celestial mansion ranked in the top 10, not only would they not have to pay celestial crystals, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by the 10 major clans. Apart from that, there were many other rules. Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he learned about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He had thought the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would be a secret realm filled with fortuitous encounters like the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He did not expect the middle realm of the southern heaven territory to be a stage for celestial kings and below to fight to the death. In order to avoid paying celestial crystals, the grade 6 celestial mansions would send their most powerful celestial dukes to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to compete for a place in the top 20. The scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will be valid for a month. The rankings will be confirmed on the last day of the month. On the first day of the next month, the scoreboard will be cleared, and the rankings will be reset. The old man's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Old Chi. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked curiously, Celestial dukes from the various mansions will enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to compete for a place in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although Duan Lingtian possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and Devata artifacts, they could not be exposed to the public. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for him. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin. However, if he could obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon through normal means, he would not have to worry about being targeted. After all, ordinary people would not even think about obtaining a royal-grade celestial weapon from the profound nether mansion. Yes. The old man nodded. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, the old man continued to say, however, it's very difficult to obtain one. How difficult is it? Duan Lingtian asked again. I've told you earlier that the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will be reset at the beginning of each month. In other words, even if you were ranked first last month, you'll have to regain first place this month if you want to continue being ranked first this month. The old man continued to say, the 10 major clans have an agreement that if someone from one of the 10 major clans manages to rank first for 12 months, they'll be rewarded with a royal-grade celestial weapon from one of the 10 major clans. Naturally, it's only an offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. If you're ranked first for 24 months, you'll be rewarded with a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon from one of the 10 major clans. At the same time, the person who obtains first place in the rankings for 24 months can choose to enter any of the 10 great clans and become an inner disciple of that clan with a different surname. They can enjoy rich cultivation resources and also have the opportunity to compete with the direct descendants of that clan for better cultivation resources. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. To him, this was undoubtedly a way to quickly become stronger. 24 months was equivalent to 2 years. 2 years later, he would join one of the top 10 clans in the Southern Heaven Territory and fight for better cultivation resources. He would improve his strength as quickly as possible. Chapter 31:19. After learning more about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian was eager to join the profound Nether Mansion as soon as possible so that he could enter the middle realm as a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. According to Qi Tianming, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was always open, so one could enter it at any time. Naturally, Only those below the Celestial King realm were allowed to enter the middle realm. In other words, the highest cultivation base among those who entered the middle realm was a 10 directions Celestial Duke. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, each person is only allowed to enter for 10 days every month. The duration of the 10 days is precise to the hour and 15 minutes. You can stay in the middle realm for 10 days at a time, or you can enter multiple times until the total time is 10 days. Qi Tianming continued to introduce the middle realm to Duanling Tian. After 10 days, you'll be forcefully sent out of the middle realm and won't be able to enter again until the next month. You'll only be able to enter again once your ranking is cleared. Qi Tianming did not say anything else since he had basically told Duanling Tian everything he knew about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Oh, right. Qi Tianming suddenly recalled something and said to Duanling Tian, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the only way to obtain points from one's accumulative point jade is to kill one's opponent. However, if one's opponent crushes his accumulative point jade, he'll be able to transfer the points to the accumulative point jade that's closest to his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he'll be teleported out of the middle realm by the one-time transportation formation in his accumulative point jade. At this point, Qi Tianming paused for a moment to catch his breath. When he was about to speak again, Duanling Tian beat him to it and said, in other words, if I encounter an opponent I know I can't defeat, I can crush the accumulative point jade in my hand and give the points to my opponent. At the same time, I can escape with the help of the transportation formation. That's right. Qi Tianming nodded. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord created the middle realm back then, he didn't intend to force those who entered the middle realm to fight to the death. He left them some leeway. Of course, even if you crush the accumulative point jade in your hand, you'll still need some time for the teleportation formation to send you out. Therefore, if you're much weaker than the person who wants to kill you, you won't be able to escape death even if you crush the accumulative point jade if you insist on killing you. Qi Tianming replied, that's quite humane. At the very least, it won't scare people away from entering the middle realm because they think they're weak. Qi Tianming Tian said Qi Tianming could. However, at this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly thought of a problem. Is it possible to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after crushing one's accumulative point jade and teleporting out of the middle realm with the help of the one-time transportation formation? Before the scoreboard is cleared, those who crush their accumulative jade to death and escape from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm won't be able to obtain a new accumulative jade. Naturally, they won't be able to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during that month unless the scoreboard is cleared. Qi Tianming explained. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian. If that was the case, it would prevent people from entering and leaving the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as many times as they wanted. If they could enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as many times as they wanted, they would definitely pick on the weak ones and crush their accumulative point jades to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and start all over again. In this way, there would always be times when his luck was good, and the soft persimmon might be able to send him to the top of the rankings. Duanling Tian. Qi Tianming seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duanling Tian and solemnly said, you don't have to tell others that you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although fortuitous encounters play a part in one's strength, if they think you've achieved so much at such a young age because of your innate talent and comprehension ability, they'll think highly of you. Moreover, if they find out you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they'll definitely investigate the matter of the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. They'll start to wonder if you've killed the reincarnated Celestial Emperor since you managed to escape from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor and obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If you killed the reincarnated Celestial Emperor, did you obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor? Although Celestial Emperors don't necessarily have Emperor-grade celestial weapons, they'll at least have Royal-grade celestial weapons. Even an ordinary Celestial Emperor would have a purely defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a Celestial Emperor is much more valuable than an ordinary purely defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. After all, there's a huge difference between an ordinary Royal-grade celestial weapon and a royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor. Let alone an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor. A solemn expression appeared on Qi Tianming's face as he spoke. Elder Qi, I understand. Qi Tianming's expression finally eased up when Duan Lingtian nodded. Qi Tianming remained silent throughout the journey. Duan Lingtian did not say anything as well. With Qi Tianming leading the way, Duan Lingtian completely focused on comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity. Initially, he wanted to break through and become a celestial king as soon as possible. However, now that he knew about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation base. After all, he still had to rely on his cultivation base as a 10 directions celestial duke to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder Qi. After a long time, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked Qi Tianming. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is located in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is related to the benefits of the grade 6 celestial mansions, is it possible that some grade 6 celestial mansions would nurture a group of 10 directions celestial dukes to comprehend profundities from the law of space in order to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Qi Tianming had thought of this earlier. After all, 10 directions celestial dukes who had lived for a long time would have comprehended many profundities from the law of space. After all, no matter how bad one's comprehension was, one would still be enlightened after a long time. That's a good question. Qi Tianming replied. Back then, the southern heaven celestial lord, who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, had thought of this as well. For this reason, there's a restriction on the age of those who enter the middle realm. They can't be older than 1,000 years old. However, even if they're younger than 1,000 years old, there are still many 10 directions celestial dukes in grade 6 celestial mansions who have comprehended many profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, there are many 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 6 profundities from a law of space. There are even a few who have comprehended 7 profundities from a law of space. For example, there are a few 10 directions celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion who have comprehended 6 profundities from a law of space. There's also a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. They're specially nurtured by the profound nether mansion to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood is over 980 years old. He won't be able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm anytime soon. After all, those who were older than 1,000 years old were not allowed to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 8 profundities from a law of space? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. Such a person's strength was comparable to Ling Jueyun after he consumed the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, that was only if Ling Jueyun did not use his trump cards. Even among the celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang, I'm afraid only the 2-9 Palaces celestial kings have comprehended 7 profundities of a law, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. The reason the grade 6 celestial mansions had 10 directions celestial dukes who had comprehended multiple profundities from a law of space was because the grade 6 celestial mansions did not allow them to improve their cultivation bases. Otherwise, these 10 directions celestial dukes would have broken through and become celestial kings long ago. Moreover, the grade 6 celestial mansions must have spent a lot of resources on these 10 directions celestial dukes to help them comprehend multiple profundities from a law of space. With the wealth and foundation of the grade 6 celestial mansions, it was only natural that they would be able to obtain many cultivation resources that could help their 10 directions celestial dukes to comprehend profundities from a law of space. I can't believe I thought I'd be able to dominate the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with my current strength. No wonder Elder Qi told me I'll be able to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but he didn't say I'll be able to rank first. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As it turns out, The Grade 6 celestial mansions have nurtured so many powerful 10-direction celestial dukes. They remained silent throughout the journey. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the profound Nether Mansion's estate. The estate of the profound Nether Mansion was located above a lofty mountain range. There were huge islands hovering in the air above the clouds. The islands were lush and green. It was a feast for the eyes when one looked at them from afar. However, these floating islands were divided into many layers. The further outside the layer, the more islands there were, and the further outside the layer, the lower the level of the floating islands. It was as though the stars were surrounding the moon. Lord Inspector! Lord Inspector! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he saw many patrolling disciples saluting Qi Tianming as they passed by. "Senior Uncle Qi, did you just come back?" The figure flew toward Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming from afar. "It's him." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Chapter 31:20. Although they were both inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, Bihai Mingfeng's seniority was lower than Qi Tianming's. After all, Qi Tianming was of the same seniority as Bihai Mingfeng's seniors in the coupling celestial sect. For this reason, Bihai Mingfeng had addressed Qi Tianming as senior uncle when they were in the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Thus, Bihai Mingfeng was very willing to address him as martial uncle. It was not only because of seniority. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded at Bihai Mingfeng. Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "This is the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a peak celestial king. He has the highest chance of becoming a celestial lord in the profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who led the way to the coupling celestial sect when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened. You must have met him before, right?" Qi Tianming asked. "Yes, old Qi. I've met the Blue Sea Inspector at the entrance of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Bihai Mingfeng and nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. "That's why I thought you looked familiar. You're Duan Lingtian, who ranked 2nd during the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Bihai Mingfeng looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. It was clear he recognized Duan Lingtian. "That's me." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Since you're old acquaintances, I won't introduce myself. Inspector, I still have some matters to attend to with Duan Lingtian, so I won't chat with you any longer. If you have time, come over to my place for a drink." After bidding farewell to Bihai Mingfeng, Qi Tianming left with Duan Lingtian. Although Bihai Mingfeng was his junior and was weaker than him, Bihai Mingfeng was much younger than him. Moreover, Bihai Mingfeng's innate talent and comprehension ability far surpassed him. It was only a matter of time before Bihai Mingfeng surpassed him. Thus, before Bihai Mingfeng, he did not dare to flaunt his seniority and completely treated Bihai Mingfeng as an equal. "All right." A frown appeared on Bihai Mingfeng's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming. Why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's talent and perception and wants to take him in as his personal disciple? However, isn't this a little against the rules? Although the profound Nether Mansion did not restrict the inspectors from accepting direct disciples, they were not allowed to bring them back to the profound Nether Mansion unless the direct disciple passed the test and joined the profound Nether Mansion. Every once in a while, the profound Nether Mansion would recruit disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans. If an inspector recruited a direct disciple from outside the mansion, he or she would be allowed to join the 3 sects and 2 clans in the assessment. As long as one passed the test, one would be able to join the profound Nether Mansion. There's still some time until the next round of recruitment for the 3 sects and 2 clans, right? Why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion now? Bihai Mingfeng could not come up with an answer even after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it and left to tend to his own matters. He was unaware that Duan Lingtian would bring Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was being led by Qi Tianming to a secluded palace in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. It was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, a place that had been forgotten by many. Not many of the younger generation in the profound Nether Mansion knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even the elites among the younger generation would not be able to join the Imperial Tudor Pavilion due to their current age. For this reason, none of the seniors in the profound Nether Mansion had mentioned the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to them. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion was an unknown existence to the younger generation in the profound Nether Mansion. Even among the older generation in the profound Nether Mansion, not all of them knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Some of them had never heard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion since they were young, so they were unaware of its existence. The profound Nether Mansion's estate was made up of floating islands. There were many floating islands in the outer perimeter of the estate. They were located at a lower level and surrounded by a few floating islands at a higher level. There were 3 layers of floating islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. There were 3 floating islands in the innermost layer. It was the main island of the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was led by Qi Tianming to one of the 3 floating islands in the innermost layer. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time entering one of the floating islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Previously, he had been looking from the outside, and all he could see was a patch of greenery. He couldn't see the scene inside clearly because above the greenery were patches of fog-like clouds and mist, completely blocking his line of sight. Naturally, he could use his divine consciousness to investigate, but where was he? How could he use his divine consciousness to probe the profound Nether Mansion's estate? He was afraid the patrolling elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion would retaliate with their divine consciousness as soon as he sent his divine consciousness out. Duan Lingtian followed Qi Tianming and entered the floating island. After passing through the clouds, majestic palaces entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. Some of the palaces did not seem tall, but they looked like prehistoric beasts. They exuded a dangerous aura. Old Qi, some of the palaces look majestic at first glance, but why do they seem so dangerous when I take a closer look? Am I imagining things? Duan Lingtian asked Qi Tianming. It's not your imagination. It's normal for you to feel this way. Let alone you, even I feel the same way. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, there are ancient formations in the palaces that have been passed down since ancient times in the profound Nether Mansion. Most of them are killing formations. Once the killing formations are activated, anyone below the level of a celestial lord will die. In other words, even I would die if I'm targeted by the killing formations. Qi Tianming gasped when he reached the end of his sentence. So powerful. Duan Lingtian was surprised, and then he asked, since those killing formations are so terrifying, who's in control of them? The palace masters of the various palaces, Qi Tianming replied. Qi Tianming said, of course, there are only 10 palaces with such terrifying killing formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. There are 4 palaces here and 3 palaces on the other 2 main islands. The extra palace here is the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The 10 palaces with killing formations that can kill me are known as the profound Nether 10 Saint Palaces in the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, most people think the profound Nether Mansion only has 9 Saint Palaces and the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is excluded. This is because the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is shrouded by a fog formation. Unless one knows where the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is, it's impossible for anyone below the level of a celestial lord to find the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Among the palaces you see, only 3 of them gave you that sense of danger, right? Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian studied the palaces carefully. Indeed, only 3 of them gave him that feeling. That's right. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion now. Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian with him as they flew toward the depths of the main island. Old Qi, as far as I know, the Mansion Master has the highest position in the profound Nether Mansion, followed by the Vice Mansion Masters. After them are the Inspectors. Although the Palace Masters of the profound Nether 10 Saint Palaces control 10 palaces with terrifying killing formations, they shouldn't be as strong as all of you, right? Duan Lingtian asked as they made their way there. That's where you're wrong. There's no doubt that the Mansion Master has the highest position in the profound Nether Mansion. However, the Vice Mansion Master is just a title. Their strength is, at most, on par with the 10 inspectors. They're only Vice Mansion Masters because they're direct descendants of the profound Nether Mansion. Qi Tianming shook his head. As for the Palace Masters of the profound Nether Mansion, they're basically Lord Mansion Masters seniors. The weakest among them is a one basic celestial lord. Do you think they're weaker than us? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply upon hearing Qi Tianming's words. The weakest among the palace masters of the profound Nether Mansion's 10 Saint Palaces was a one basic celestial lord? Of course, although the 10 great sacred palaces' palace masters are Lord Mansion Masters seniors, there are only a handful of them who can compare to Lord Mansion Master in terms of strength. As for someone stronger than Lord Mansion Master, there is only one person. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Who do you think that person is? Don't tell me it's the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Since Qi Tianming had asked Duan Lingtian to make a guess, Duan Lingtian could only come up with a guess. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not certain if he was right. That's right. It's the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Qi Tianming nodded. Rumor has it that the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the longest living person in the profound Nether Mansion. Nobody has seen him fight before, but even Lord Mansion Master treats him with respect. Someone once asked Lord Mansion Master if he would win if he fought the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Do you know what Lord Mansion Master said? Lord Mansion Master said he wouldn't dare to fight the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even if the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion wanted to kill him, he would only be able to do nothing. Qi Tianming paused for a moment as a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. For this reason, even though the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion has never shown himself before, those who know of his existence still respect him. Old Qi, you've never seen the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. No. Chapter 31-21. The 2 Vice Mansion Masters and the 10 Inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion held high positions in the Profound Nether Mansion, but they had never met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion before. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at how mysterious the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was. About 15 minutes later, under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery and lush greenery. Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to a waterfall at the side of the valley and stood on a large pebble in front of the waterfall. Inspector Qi Tianming of the Profound Nether Mansion would like to enter the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to meet the Pavilion Master. Qi Tianming stood on the large pebble and bowed slightly toward the waterfall. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy entered the waterfall. However, there was no response from the inside even after the sound was transmitted. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion really behind the waterfall? If that was the case, then the waterfall must be an illusion formed by an illusory formation. No one's there? After about 10 breaths, there was still no response. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Tianming, thinking there was no one inside. However, Qi Tianming was still as calm as ever. Qi Tianming looked at the waterfall and continued to say, Lord Pavilion Master, I brought this young man here to participate in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's assessment. I think he's capable of becoming the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years. There was still no response. Qi Tianming continued to say, he's called Duan Lingtian. He's a peerless genius recruited by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Not only that, but he's also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the waterfall and the waterfall suddenly ripple. The waterfall in front of him, which had been flowing at a steady rate, suddenly shook strangely. Although the fluctuation was not big, Duan Lingtian could still see it clearly. At the same time, Duan Tian did not feel anything approaching him. However, he felt as though his entire body was being seen through. There was only one possibility for this feeling. Behind the waterfall, someone was spying on him with their divine sense, but because the other party's divine sense was too strong, he couldn't detect it at all. He'll stay. You can leave. Just as Duan Tian felt that he had been seen through from head to toe, leaving no secrets behind, a low and hoarse voice came from behind the waterfall. The sound seemed to come from all directions, reverberating in Duan Tian and Qi Tianming's ears. When Qi Tianming heard this voice, he felt as if his soul was being cleansed. It was as if this voice had an endless amount of magic. At the same time, it made his heart tremble. On the other hand, Duan Tian's reaction was not as great as Qi Tianming's. Clearly, the higher one's cultivation was, the greater one's perception would be. Lord Palace Master? Qi Tianming's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. Not only had he never seen the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, but he had also never heard the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion speak. Now that he heard the voice of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, he could not help but feel excited. It took him a long time to regain his senses. As soon as he heard the voice, he felt as though his soul was being cleansed. At this moment, Qi Tianming was 100% certain the voice belonged to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion might not be able to do such a thing. After all, he was a 10-direction celestial king, a 10-direction celestial king. Qi Tianming was still in a daze when a cold snort rang from behind the waterfall. At the same time, the water above the waterfall trembled and turned into countless water droplets that shot toward Qi Tianming. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The water droplets whistled through the air like scattered pearls, heading straight for Qi Tianming. The pearl-like water droplet cut across the sky for a short distance. When it was still a distance away from Qi Tianming, it strangely disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had never appeared. However, although the water droplets had disappeared, there was still a gust of wind in the air. A gust of wind blew in the direction of the water droplets, hitting Qi Tianming's body. When this wind blew onto Duan Tian's body, the violet robe on Duan Tian's body fluttered, and there was a feeling of a light breeze caressing his face. On the other hand, Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duan Tian, felt a gust of wind. The moment the gust of wind hit Qi Tianming, it felt as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping towards Qi Tianming. Bang! Although Qi Tianming tried his best to block the gust of wind, he was still sent flying like a puppet. Boom! Rumble! Qi Tianming, who was sent flying, slammed into the mountain wall on the other side of the valley, causing the entire valley to tremble. When the dust settled, Qi Tianming's body reappeared. He was covered in dust and looked battered. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Palace Master, for showing mercy. Qi Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed in the direction of the waterfall. Then, he stepped into the air and left the valley. Duan Tian, don't worry and stay here. With your achievements at such a young age, the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion won't make things difficult for you. I'll look for you again after you pass the test here. Before leaving, Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian. All right. Duan Tian only regained his senses when he heard Qi Tianming's voice transmission. Earlier, when Qi Tianming was sent flying without being able to fight back, Duan Tian, who was standing at the side, was shocked. When the wind blew at him, it only caused his robes to flutter. Qi Tianming, a 10-direction celestial king, was sent flying like a puppet. Senior, the person who sent a 10-direction celestial king flying without even showing himself was very powerful. Duan Tian inhaled sharply before he bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. Currently, the waterfall had disappeared and was replaced by a world filled with birds and flowers. It was a perfect fit with the valley beneath Duan Tian's feet. Of course, even the waterfall just now was connected to the valley, so there was nothing wrong with it. However, the waterfall was an illusion formed by an illusory formation. The world with a simple and unadorned palace in front of him was obviously the real scene after the illusion condensed by the illusory array. The plaque with the words Imperial Tudor Palace hanging above the gate was enough to explain everything. Swoosh. After Duan Lingtian bowed and stood up, he discovered his surroundings had changed drastically. Strangely, he appeared on a vast stone platform. The stone platform stretched as far as the eye could see, no matter which direction it was. Is this an illusion? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he tried to remain calm. He remembered he was in a valley and not on a stone platform that stretched as far as the eye could see. Swoosh. All of a sudden, a figure appeared at the side of the stone platform and entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was looking into a mirror. The reason for that was because the figure that appeared before him was none other than himself. Regardless of whether it was his height, appearance, or even the clothes he wore, they were all exactly the same. There was not the slightest difference between him and himself. If there was any difference between him and the figure, it would be the figure's soulless eyes. The eyes were the windows to one's soul. Although the person who looked exactly like Duan Lingtian was standing in front of Duan Lingtian, there were no signs of life or light in his eyes. They were lifeless as though he was a walking corpse. It seems like the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion wants to test me. Perhaps this is a test set by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? If I pass the test, I'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, his 99 heavenly veins began to vibrate as a vast and majestic celestial origin energy flowed through his heavenly veins and into his body. Duan Lingtian, who was focused on his task, immediately tensed up when the figure who looked exactly like him made a move. Bang! The other party raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground trembled as if there was a small earthquake. At the same time, green thorns extended from the ground and intertwined with each other. They grew rapidly and carried the other party toward him. The law of wood? At the instant Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the other party had already been thrown over by a thick and strong vine that had wrapped around his waist. At the same time, wooden spikes shot out of the figure's hand. They were so fast that even though Duan Lingtian had prepared his celestial origin energy, he could not react in time. Teleportation profundity. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy merged with the space elemental profundity as he cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. He vanished into thin air as the wooden spikes rained down from the sky. The teleportation profundity? When Duan Lingtian teleported 100 meters to the left, the purple-clad young man who looked exactly like him smirked at him with a disdainful smirk on his face. In the next moment, before Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he saw his opponent's hands moving rapidly again. Vines covered in thorns shot out into the distance and surrounded him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At first glance, the vines in the air looked like ferocious pythons. This is bad. Chapter 31:22. The teleportation profundity that Duan Lingtian had comprehended was only at the rudimentary stage. His maximum teleportation distance was only 100 meters. But now, the young man in purple who looked exactly like him in the illusion used the law of wood to condense vines that were full of thorns and directly sealed the area around him within 100 meters, preventing him from using the teleportation profundity. After all, even if Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity, he would still be trapped in the area covered by the thorny vines. Do you think that's all I have? Duan Lingtian sneered. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity to form the spatial territory around him. The spatial territory profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. The moment the space domain was formed, the domain covered an area of 10 meters. The thorny vines were immediately attacked by the space domain, and in the blink of an eye, they were riddled with holes. However, they were still holding on, as if they were not afraid of death. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, a layer of faint green light appeared on the thorny vines. The green light appeared for a while, then disappeared. At the same time, It was not difficult to see that the thorny vines that were originally riddled with holes had completely healed. The energy from the spatial territory continued to damage the thorny vines, but the green light healed the thorny vines in just a blink of an eye. Is this another profundity from the law of wood? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Up until now, the purple-clad young man who looked exactly like him had already cast several profundities from the law of wood. Moreover, the purple-clad young man's cultivation base was the same as his, a 10-direction celestial duke. Duan Lingtian had discovered this earlier when they exchanged blows earlier. The cross-dimensional / profundity. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A tearing sound rang in the air as a tiny spatial tear appeared out of thin air beside him. Just as the spatial crack opened, a grayish, blade-like flowing light flew out from behind the crack. It was like an attack from another dimensional space, crossing the space and arriving here. Wong. As the saber ray swept past, it left a saber mark in the air. Wherever it passed, the vines that enveloped Duan Lingtian's body were all severed. The saber light was like an unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to save himself, sharp wooden spikes shot toward Duan Lingtian like arrows. At the same time, the wooden spikes shone with a green light. It was clear the spatial territory was no match for them. However, if he used dimensional /, he would only be able to destroy a portion of the wooden spikes. Most of the wooden spikes would still fly toward Duan Lingtian. Distortion profound. Faced with the menacing wooden spike attack, Duan Lingtian's robe suddenly fluttered. In the next moment, the space around his body began to distort and tremble again. It was as though the entire space had been distorted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The wooden spikes came one after another and entered the distorted space in a moment. Immediately, the distorted space vibrated, and the wooden spikes that had shot in were broken and shattered. But during this process, as the green light on the wooden spike flickered, the wooden spike that had been broken and shattered actually gathered together again, as if it was not affected by the distorted void at all. Suddenly, a portion of the wooden spikes rushed through the distorted space and whizzed toward Duan Lingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They gradually closed in on Duan Lingtian and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Another profound meaning? Duan Lingtian's eyes were fixed on the wooden spikes that were whizzing toward him. After passing through the distorted space, the power of the wooden spikes that had escaped the net did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed to have grown stronger. Duan Lingtian did not find it difficult to discover that this fierce attack contained another profound of the law of wood that his opponent had not used before. The restraining profundity. Duan Lingtian knew the illusion before his eyes was either the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion testing his strength, or a test to see if he could become the first Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in 30,000 years. Naturally, he was more inclined to believe the former. For this reason, even if he had other methods to defend himself, he still chose to use the restraining profundity from the law of space that he had comprehended. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian's eyes were locked on the dozens of wooden spikes that were charging at him menacingly. He activated the confinement profundity and directly confined the space around them. It was as though he had placed them in a completely enclosed space. In the next moment, the dozens of wooden spikes paused in the void as if they had collided with something. They were all blocked and then annihilated in the void. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, he had discovered the wooden spikes were formed by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian used the restraining profundity to block the wooden spikes, he saw a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, not only did his opponent disappear, but the vast stone platform beneath his feet had also changed. It was as though nothing had happened. "I'm out." When light returned to Duan Lingtian's eyes, he discovered he had returned to the valley. In front of him was a world filled with birds and fragrant flowers. There was also a simple and unadorned palace. On the plaque above the entrance of the palace, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Imperial Tudor Pavilion. You want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to the person who had injured Qi Tianming earlier. The person must be the elusive pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. He hastily replied, "Yes, senior." "Why?" The deep and hoarse voice rang again. It was clear the person was asking why Duan Lingtian wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Why? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the question. However, he quickly revealed the reason he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. This way, I'll be able to enter the profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. Moreover, if I become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the profound Nether Mansion. I want to use the profound Nether Mansion as a springboard to leave the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory. I don't plan to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory forever. Duan Lingtian's words were impassioned. To others, it seemed like he was unwilling to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory and wanted to be the tail of a phoenix. However, the truth was that Duan Lingtian was not only unwilling to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, but he was also unwilling to stay in the Devata realms. This was because his goal was to kill his way into the world of divine remains in the next 1,000 years and rescue his wife, his children, and his family and friends. At that time, if he did not have the strength to transcend the Devata realms, everything would be in vain. "You're quite ambitious, and you're quite an honest person." The deep and hoarse voice rang again. It was clear the Imperial Tutor agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. However, the Imperial Tutor did not say anything else. The atmosphere was deathly silent. "Senior." In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. "Is everything I've just faced a test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Or do you think I'm qualified to become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the past 30,000 years with my age and strength? I merely wanted to test your strength earlier. It's not a test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion," the Imperial Tutor Pavilion replied. "Indeed, you're qualified to become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor in the past 30,000 years. However, before that, you'll have to pass the test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion." "What test?" Duan Lingtian asked. "You'll have to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete for the first place on the scoreboard. If you're able to rank first for 12 consecutive months, you'll be the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years." The Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice continued to tell Duan Lingtian about the test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The test was to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete for the first place on the scoreboard. If Duan Lingtian managed to rank first for 12 consecutive months, he would be the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years. "Senior, this test," Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's words. Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his current strength, it was still difficult for him to maintain the top spot in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months. During his journey to the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian had learned from Qi Tianming that the 10 directions celestial dukes sent by the major celestial mansions to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not to be underestimated. If you want to give up, you can leave the profound Nether Mansion now. When the time comes for the 3 sects and 2 clans to recruit disciples, you can join the profound Nether Mansion as a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. The test won't be difficult for you." The Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice sounded as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would agree to the test. After all, Duan Lingtian had said he wanted to become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years, so he could join the profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. "I agree." Although Duan Lingtian had no choice but to agree to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's request. He knew that he had sold himself out with his words, but he had no other choice now. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian had planned to rank first for 24 consecutive months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, so he could join the profound Nether Mansions clan and enter the highest stage in the Southern Heaven territory. The profound Nether Mansions clan was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Chapter 31:23. I agree. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the valley fell silent. The voice of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion no longer sounded, as though he had vanished without a trace. After a moment, Duan Lingtian finally said, "Senior." Swoosh! Before he could finish speaking, a token flew out from the direction of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and whistled toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually caught it in his hand. When he looked at the order token, he saw the reverse side of the order token. There were complicated inscriptions on the sides of the order token, but there was no space in the middle. He flipped the order token over and saw the words Profound Nether Mansion were inscribed on the front. The words Profound Nether Mansion were slightly smaller than the words Profound Nether Mansion on the second line. Outer Court Disciple. This is the Profound Nether Mansion's Outer Court Disciple Identity Token. Inscribe your name on the back and drip a drop of your blood on it to claim ownership of it. You're now an Outer Court Disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. With this identity token, you can head to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to collect your points and enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion continued to speak as soon as Duan Lingtian took the order token. You're only allowed to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days a month. For the remaining 20 days, look for the person who brought you here and ask him to arrange a place for you to stay. When you're able to rank first for 12 consecutive months, you'll be promoted to the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion and enjoy the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. You may leave now. As soon as the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion finished speaking, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes again. The waterfall appeared again, and he returned to the huge cobblestone in front of the waterfall. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else and contacted Qi Tianming through a communication celestial talisman. Since he had exchanged soul pearls with Qi Tianming on his way to the Profound Nether Mansion, it was easy for him to contact Qi Tianming. Rank first for 12 consecutive months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? When Qi Tianming found out about the test that the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, he was somewhat stunned, because this was really too much to ask of him. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet. In the history of the Southern Heaven territory, not only was there no 10 Directions Celestial Duke younger than 100 years old, but there were only a few who dared to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they did enter, they would only go sightseeing. When they saw people, they would immediately crush their jade tokens and come out. However, not only did the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion want Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he also wanted Duan Lingtian to be ranked first for 12 consecutive months in order to become the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. If the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's test for Imperial Tutors under the age of 100 had always been like this, before Duan Lingtian's appearance, Qi Tianming would have thought that Duan Lingtian was a genius. Based on this, the Profound Nether Mansion might not be able to produce another Imperial Tutor even after 300,000 years, let alone 30,000 years. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. I also think this test is a little difficult. However, since it's been said, I can only follow it. It's like this. Even Lord Mansion Master can't change the decision of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, let alone me. Qi Tianming sighed. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian back to his residence on the main island of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. The cultivation environment there was the best among all the cultivation environments Duan Lingtian had encountered since he came to the Devata realms. Even the cultivation environment outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion could not compare to the cultivation environment here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the cultivation environment here was not good. The cultivation environment outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion could not compare to the cultivation environment inside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The cultivation environment inside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion could only be better than the cultivation environment here. You can stay here for the time being, Qi Tianming said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Old Qi, won't this be too much of a hassle? Duan Lingtian could sense Qi Tianming's kindness. Since I'm an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, I should be able to have my own residence and cultivation place, right? Yes, but the environment can't compare to my residence, Qi Tianming said. Qi Tianming said, with your talent, there's no need for you to be held back by the cultivation environment there. You can stay with me for now. When you pass the test set by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, you can leave and go there. Although I've never been to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, I heard it has the best cultivation environment in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Even Lord Mansion Master often goes there to cultivate. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion often goes to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to cultivate. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's cultivation environment was better than the cultivation environment of the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. Although Duan Ling Tian was not picky about his cultivation environment, he had the Divine Tree of Life. With the help of the Divine Tree of Life, he could ignore the cultivation environment of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. However, the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion and the Imperial Tudor Pavilion would not only provide him with a better cultivation environment, but he would also be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources that he desperately needed to improve his strength. For this reason, he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion and enter the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as soon as possible. Old Qi, where's the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Qi Tianming. What? You're planning to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now? Qi Tianming was surprised. Elder Qi, didn't you say the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be refreshed in 7 days? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. So, you're planning to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the last 7 days of the month? Qi Tianming shook his head. Duan Lingtian, the celestial dukes from the major celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are all extraordinary celestial dukes. Even if you're strong enough to disregard all the celestial dukes, it's still impossible for you to rank first. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Because the scoreboard is coming to an end. Most of the powerful celestial dukes have used up their time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to accumulate points. The competition for points is the most intense between the beginning and the middle of the month. It's very rare for someone to rank high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's explanation, Duan Lingtian could empathize with Qi Tianming. After all, some of the people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had far more points than those behind them. Since they had already spent 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they could only wait for the scoreboard to be released. This was the case for most people. For this reason, those who had accumulated a lot of points would not enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong one was and how many points one could snatch from the hands of immortal monarchs, there would not be many immortal monarchs with points for one to snatch, and one would not be able to obtain more points. I see. After learning about the situation, Duan Lingtian decided to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to take a look. Even if he could not rank high in the scoreboard this month, he could still enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to learn more about the situation and prepare himself for the next month. Duan Lingtian shared his thoughts with Qi Tianming, and Qi Tianming agreed. You have a point. Since you want to enter the middle realm, I'll bring you there. Each of the 3 main islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate has a transporting formation that can send disciples to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'll bring you to the transporting formation on the main island. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the transporting formation that would lead to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This mansion was different from Qi Tianming's mansion. It occupied more of the courtyard in front of the mansion. At this moment, many people were standing around a huge light screen in the middle of the courtyard. They were pointing at the screen as they discussed among themselves. Lu Ji from the Hanqing mansion only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30 this time. I'm currently paying attention to Long Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion. He's the last person to enter the middle realm among the top 20. He'll be out in an hour. He's currently ranked 11th. Moreover, he's only 10 points away from the 10th place. I wonder if he'll be able to accumulate enough points to rank in the top 10 within the next hour? I'm also paying attention to Long Yunyu. He's been in the top 10 for the past year. If he's lucky, he won't have any problems ranking in the top 10. The courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement as the people discussed among themselves. I remember senior brother Zhou Hongjie hasn't ranked in the top 20 for almost a year, right? The courtyard fell silent as soon as Qi Tianming's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Qi Tianming into the courtyard. His footsteps were not loud, but they attracted a lot of attention in the quiet courtyard. Immediately, many people recognized Qi Tianming and greeted him. Lord Inspector! Lord Inspector! The rest of the people present on the scene greeted Qi Tianming as well. After all, the inspector's status in the profound Nether Mansion was second only to the Mansion Master, the Vice Mansion Masters, and the Palace Masters of the Saint Palaces who rarely appeared in public. Zhou Hongjie is the 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the profound Nether Mansion who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood. He's one of the few core disciples in the profound Nether Mansion whose cultivation base is below the Celestial King stage. Chapter 31-24. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was traveling to the profound Nether Mansion from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had heard from Qi Tianming that the profound Nether Mansion had nurtured some powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were a few who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but there was only one who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law. The person who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law was none other than the Law of Wood. Zhou Hongjie. Duan Lingtian made a mental note of the person's name. Based on the discussion earlier, he learned that Zhou Hongjie's name was Zhou Hongjie. It had been almost a year since Zhou Hongjie had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's still not in the top 20, even though he has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood. It seems like the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are not to be underestimated. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not to be underestimated. There must be some 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, with Zhou Hongjie's strength, how could he not be in the top 20 after such a long time? Duan Lingtian was not surprised when Qi Tianming said Zhou Hongjie was a core disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. In the profound Nether Mansion, apart from some powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, most of the disciples below the Celestial King realm were outer court disciples. This was because the test to become an inner court disciple was extremely difficult. Only 10 Directions Celestial Dukes or Celestial Kings would be able to pass it. As for the core disciples, they had to be Celestial Kings below the age of 1,000. Not only was strength important, but innate talent was also important. Although Zhou Hongjie was still a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, his attainments in the profundities of the law had surpassed most of the core disciples in the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, the reason Zhou Hongjie's cultivation base had not improved was due to the profound Nether Mansion's order. Otherwise, he would have long broken through and become a Celestial King. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was a core disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. The light screen in the middle of the courtyard shows the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the scoreboard only shows the ranking for this month. If you want to check the past rankings, you'll have to go inside. Qi Tianming said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind the spacious courtyard. Upon seeing Qi Tianming leading the way for Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples in the courtyard were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. Who's that purple-clad young man? I don't think I've seen such a person before. For Patrol Inspector Chi to personally lead the way for him, he must not be a simple person. Inspector Chi is by his side, so my divine sense doesn't dare to approach him rashly. But even if it doesn't approach, I can still sense some of his aura. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Initially, I thought Inspector Chi found external help to help the profound nether mansion in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, it seems like I was overthinking things. External help? It's not easy to find external help. Put aside the fact that there are very few Seckless 10 Directions Celestial Dukes below the age of 1000. Even if there are, they would have been recruited by other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. The disciples from the profound Nether Mansion were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, had to personally lead the way for Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. External help? Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the mansion with Qi Tianming, was slightly taken aback when he overheard the conversation between the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Then, he asked Qi Tianming through voice transmission, "Old Qi, is it possible to find external help?" "Yes." Qi Tianming nodded. It's not against the rules of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to look for external help. It's rare for Seckless cultivators below the age of 1000 to comprehend 6 profundities from a law. As for Seckless cultivators below the age of 1000 who have comprehended 7 profundities from a law, they're even rarer. Generally, only Seckless cultivators are willing to help Grade 6 celestial mansions. Those who are strong and outstanding disciples from the 10 major clans and 5 great sects won't bother to help Grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, the 10 major clans have made it clear that their disciples are not allowed to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once they're discovered, they'll be expelled from the clan. Therefore, it's impossible for the 10 major clans to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's possible for the 5 great sects to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but they'd have to be motivated by something. Moreover, the Grade 6 celestial mansions can't meet the requirements of the 5 great sects disciples. Therefore, it's almost impossible for the 5 great sects disciples to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, the Grade 6 celestial mansions can only seek help from Seckless cultivators. Qi Tianming's words made Duan Lingtian realize that there were many Grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven ancient realm. There were many powerhouses in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects who could rank high in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was not surprised by this. After all, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were the top forces in the southern heaven territory. They were not something ordinary forces could compare to. Even the Blood Skull's assassin organization couldn't compare to them. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Lingtian followed him into the mansion. Behind the mansion's entrance was a spacious hall. There were more than 10 counters on both sides of the hall, and there was a stone platform in the depths of the hall that was covered with complicated inscriptions and diagrams. You can collect your accumulative point jade from the counters on both sides of the hall. If you want, you can look at the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm every month. As for the stone platform in the depths of the hall, it's the entrance to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As long as you're younger than 1000 years old and possess a profound nether mansion's accumulative point jade, you'll be able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Everyone can only collect 1 accumulative point jade each month. Apart from that, each accumulative point jade can only be used in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for 10 days. Once the time is up, the transportation formation in the accumulative point jade will be activated and the holder of the accumulative point jade will be sent out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming explained to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the counters on both sides of the hall and the stone platform in the depths of the hall. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. Those who recognized Qi Tianming bowed at him, one after another. The remaining people followed suit and bowed as well. After a while, many people turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. Similar to the profound nether mansion's disciples outside, they were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. What kind of identity did Duan Lingtian have that made Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, bring him here personally? Is he an outsider? Many people speculated. However, when some of them discovered Duan Lingtian was only a young man who was not even 100 years old, they dismissed the idea. They thought Duan Lingtian was just a young master with a powerful background. Help him apply for an accumulative point jade. Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to one of the counters and said to the middle-aged man behind the counter. The middle-aged man was an ordinary elder of the profound nether mansion. He was stunned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. Apply for an accumulative point jade? At the same time, under Qi Tianming's instructions, Duan Lingtian took out his identity token and placed it on the counter in front of the middle-aged man. This is my identity token. I want to apply for an accumulative point jade to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. When Duan Lingtian took out his identity token, the people in the main hall began to whisper among themselves, even though it was only an outer court disciple's identity token. He actually managed to obtain an identity token from a profound nether mansion's disciple. It seems like this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary background. He's not even 100 years old, but he's definitely here to sightsee. Not only did Inspector Qi lead the way, but he even has an identity token from the profound nether mansion. It's not easy to obtain an identity token from an outer court disciple. That's right. Even Inspector Qi and the 3 vice mansion masters wouldn't be able to obtain an identity token without following the profound nether mansion's procedures unless the mansion master or the palace masters of the 9 great saint palaces intervened. In other words, this purple-clad young man is directly related to the mansion master or the 9 palace masters. He's not simple. This purple-clad young man is definitely not simple. Although the discussions were not loud, Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming still heard them. However, Qi Tianming did not seem to mind. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian felt these people were overthinking things. Of course, he also knew that the reason these people said this was entirely because of his age. Why would a person who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm if not for sightseeing? Inscribe your name on it first. After I've confirmed it matches the name on your accumulative point jade, drip a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. At this moment, the elder behind the counter handed Duan Lingtian an accumulative point jade. As soon as Duan Lingtian received the accumulative point jade, he could tell it was extraordinary. Chapter 31:25. Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. The energy fluctuation he sensed from the accumulative point jade token was the energy fluctuation of the formation contained in it. Following the instructions of the profound nether mansion's elder, Duan Lingtian engraved his name on the accumulative point jade before handing it over to the elder. After the elder confirmed that there was nothing on the accumulative point jade, the accumulative point jade returned to him. Drip. A drop of blood dripped into the accumulative point jade. In just a blink of an eye, the energy fluctuation in the accumulative point jade trembled violently before it gradually calmed down. Duan Lingtian. The profound nether mansion's elder who was sitting behind the counter stared at Duan Lingtian intently. Naturally, he remembered Duan Lingtian's name because he wanted to figure out Duan Lingtian's identity. However, no matter how hard he guessed, he could not figure out Duan Lingtian's identity. His surname is Duan? There's no one with the surname Duan in the 10 major clans, right? Is he from the 5 great sects? All right. While the elder behind the counter was still lost in his thoughts, Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "You can enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with your accumulative point jade now. However, are you sure you want to enter the middle realm now?" Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked toward the stone platform. The stone platform was where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located. Stand on the platform and send your celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade in your hand. It'll activate the transporting formation on the accumulative point jade and send you to the middle realm. Once you're in the middle realm, you'll appear in the profound nether mansion's base. If you want to return earlier, you'll have to go through the base as well. Qi Tianming's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as he walked toward the stone platform. Duan Lingtian nodded again and flew onto the stone platform. In an instant, he infused his celestial core power into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Then, the accumulative point jade released a white energy that extended to the stone platform under his feet. It turned into liquid and flowed along the lines and patterns on the stone platform. In the next moment, the lines and patterns on the stone platform seemed to come to life, extending an even more dazzling white light that enveloped Duan Lingtian. When the white light enveloped Duan Lingtian, it gradually dissipated like a white fog. After the white fog dispersed, Duan Lingtian also disappeared from everyone's sight. Lord Patrol Inspector, who was that just now? I didn't expect you to personally bring him here. An elder from the profound nether mansion, who was usually acquainted with Qi Tianming, looked at Qi Tianming curiously when Duan Lingtian entered the room. You'll find out soon enough. Qi Tianming looked at the elder and smiled faintly before he turned around and left the main hall. This is the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he discovered he was in a vast valley. There were rows of simple wooden huts in the valley. Many people were chatting outside the huts, and some were sparring with each other. After observing the huts for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered they were all celestial cores. All of them were 10 Directions celestial dukes. They're all from the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to see. All of the 10 Directions celestial dukes had an identity token of the profound nether mansion hanging on their waists. However, unlike Duan Lingtian, who was an outer court disciple, all of them had an identity token of an inner court disciple. Someone's here. When Duan Lingtian appeared in the valley, he attracted a lot of attention. Who's that? I don't think I've seen him before. I haven't seen him before as well. I recognize most of the stronger 10 Directions celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion, but I don't recognize him. It's normal that you don't recognize him. Look at the identity token hanging on his waist. It's only an outer court disciple's identity token. How strong can an outer court disciple be? Moreover, didn't you notice he's not even 100 years old? Not even 100 years old. In the beginning, only a few people paid attention to Duan Lingtian. However, as the few of them discussed, more people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they also joined in the discussion. After a while, the 10 Directions celestial dukes who were sparring with each other stopped talking and shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In the profound nether mansion, it was not difficult for 10 Directions celestial dukes to become inner court disciples. For this reason, most 10 Directions celestial dukes who dared to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were inner court disciples. Very few outer court disciples dared to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, they might not be able to crush their accumulative point jades in time to escape from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If they failed to escape in time, they might perish in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Why did an outer court disciple come here? Isn't he afraid of death? Many 10 Directions celestial dukes frowned. This valley was the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, all the 10 Directions celestial dukes here were inner court disciples of the profound nether mansion. Boy, this isn't a place for outer court disciples like you. A young man from the profound nether mansion stepped forward with a frown on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian, "That's right. You should leave now. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to crush your accumulative point jades when you encounter 10 Directions celestial dukes from other celestial mansions." Another middle-aged man tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian overheard the discussion among the profound nether mansion's inner court disciples, he knew they were looking down on him. They looked down on him because of the outer palace disciple identity token hanging on his waist. However, he did not care about it at all. If he did, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Thank you for the reminder. However, since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving, Duan Lingtian said. This valley was the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a transporting formation in the valley that would send one back to the profound nether mansion. The stone platform was located at the center of the valley, right next to where Duan Lingtian was standing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked out of the valley. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With just a few flashes, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the sight of the profound Nether Mansion's inner court disciples. The profound Nether Mansion's inner court disciples were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's technique. This was because Duan Lingtian's technique was rather strange. They could not see Duan Lingtian moving at all. That seems to be the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space? There aren't many outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, right? If he really has comprehended the law of space, it's impossible for him to be a nobody even though he's just an outer court disciple. There are a few outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, but none of them have comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Perhaps one of them has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity recently? Impossible. Put aside the fact that the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not easy to comprehend its profundities. Even the outer court disciple who has comprehended the most profundities from the law of space has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space. Even if he has comprehended the teleportation profundity, it's impossible for him to have the guts to come here. That's right. I've seen the outer court disciple who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space before. He's not that person. Moreover, that outer court disciple is only an 8 trigram celestial duke. Let alone an 8 trigram celestial duke. Even a 9 palaces celestial duke or a 10 directions celestial duke wouldn't dare to come here if they had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space. Apart from being shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, many of the profound Nether Mansion's inner court disciples were curious about his identity. I'll go out and ask around. One of the inner court disciples stepped onto the stone platform in the middle of the valley and activated the transportation formation to leave. After a while, he returned to the profound Nether Mansion and looked at the group of inner court disciples who were looking at him curiously with a strange expression on his face. I went out and asked around. They said that person was personally brought here by Inspector Qi Tianming. He must be a young master with an extraordinary background. Upon hearing his words, realization dawned on the group of inner court disciples. A young master? No wonder he dares to come here when he's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? I almost forgot. He used the teleportation profundity, so I can't see his celestial origin energy. I'm pretty sure he's not even a 10 direction celestial duke. A 10 direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? How dare he come here when he's not even 100 years old? Where does he get his confidence from? It'll be a joke if he dies here. The group of inner court disciples shook their heads. They felt the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had a death wish by coming here. I think we should follow him and have a look. If his background is extraordinary, we might be able to earn a favor by saving his life. Since Inspector Qi Tianming personally brought him here, he's definitely not an ordinary person. An old man rose into the air and chased after Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, a few people followed suit and rose into the air as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. After Duan Lingtian left the valley, he teleported all the way to a stone forest. After passing through the stone forest, he arrived at a barren plain. He could vaguely see traces of black liquid on the plain. With Duan Lingtian's eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see the traces of dried blood. Chapter 31:26. Well, it's normal. There's nothing to hide here. It's impossible to hide here. If people from different celestial mansions encounter each other here, there's bound to be a fight. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to see bloodstains on the ground. After all, this place was destined to be a bloodbath. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the only way to increase one's accumulative point jade was to snatch points from the disciples of other celestial mansions. However, disciples from the same celestial mansion were not allowed to snatch points from each other. For example, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Even if all the disciples from the profound nether mansion were to crush their accumulative point jades to give him points, his accumulative point jade would not increase. This was to prevent disciples from the same celestial mansion from ganging up on each other to accumulate points and make it to the top 20. Naturally, disciples from different celestial mansions could trade their points secretly, but not many people would do so. Firstly, it was too risky. If they were discovered, they would be executed. Secondly, after taking such a huge risk and paying such a huge price, he might not be able to get what he wanted in the end. He might not be able to obtain his ideal ranking. However, as the saying went, fortune comes with risk. Although not many people would do such a thing, there were still some people who would do it secretly. Of course, this kind of situation only existed once in a while. No one would do such a thing every time. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, it was too risky. There's a forest in front of me. After a while, Duan Lingtian saw a forest in front of him. The terrain in the forest was steep, making it easy to hide. Most people who entered the southern heaven ancient realm were 10 directions celestial dukes. It was not difficult for them to avoid detection from each other's divine consciousness. Earlier, I passed through a stone forest before entering a barren plain. Now, there's a forest in front of me. It feels like the terrain in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm isn't big at all. It's as though it's tailor-made for people to fight in the middle realm. As long as one made good use of the terrain, it would be helpful to a certain extent. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to head into the forest ahead, he seemed to have discovered something. His gaze suddenly froze and his body froze. The next moment, whoosh, a figure flew out from behind one of the mountain peaks in the forest in front of him. By the time he regained his senses, the figure was already behind him, staring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. That is, when the figure flew over, Duan Lingtian not only noticed that he was a young man, he also saw the identity token on his waist that was constantly spinning. It's someone from the Lu Ci residence. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw the words Lu Ci residence engraved on the other party's identity token. Hongji. Obviously, the person who flew behind him and blocked his path of retreat was called Hongji, and he was a disciple of the Lu Ci estate. Moreover, he was an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci estate. After Hongji appeared behind Duan Lingtian and blocked his path of retreat, he shifted his gaze to the identity token that was spinning on Duan Lingtian's waist. His solemn expression changed immediately. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Then, he looked at the forest in the distance and said loudly, "Come out." He's just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Whoosh. As soon as Hongji finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered another figure had appeared behind the mountain that Hongji had come out from. Similar to Hongji, this person had the appearance of a young man. Based on his identity token, he was also an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci estate. His name was Tong Qishan, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. After Tong Qishan appeared, he and Hongji surrounded Duan Lingtian. Tong Qishan frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. "Boy, why are you here when you're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion?" Hongji asked in a deep voice. "Since I'm here, it's only natural that I'm here to compete for a spot on the scoreboard," Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "You're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, but you're here to compete for a spot on the scoreboard?" Tong Qishan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Can you tell me how many points you've accumulated so far?" Usually, Tong Qishan and Hongji would attack as soon as they saw their prey, not giving them a chance to escape. However, their prey today was just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Therefore, they were not worried Duan Lingtian would be able to escape under their noses. Tong Qishan and Hongji did not mind Duan Lingtian crushing his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm since they were not bloodthirsty people. Since Duan Lingtian did not have any enmity with them and was willing to leave with his points, they would not kill him. "This is my first time in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You're the first and second people from other celestial mansions I've encountered," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "The profound nether mansion's base is nearby. Did you just come out from the profound Nether Mansion's base? Tong Qishan was speechless. Duan Lingtian was a reckless person.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. I didn't expect to encounter a rookie. Boy, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. You're lucky you encountered us. If it were someone else, they might not have let you leave alive, Hongji said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words, he wanted Duan Lingtian to crush his accumulative point jade and hand over his points, so that the transporting formation in his accumulative point jade would send him out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I just realized, not only are you an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, but you're not even 100 years old. At this moment, Tong Qishan's divine consciousness discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Hongji was speechless. Boy, you really have a death wish. How dare you enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm when you're not even 100 years old? Although not everyone from the grade 6 celestial mansions are murderers, if you encounter someone from a grade 6 celestial mansion who's not on good terms with the profound Nether Mansion, they won't let you leave alive. Crush your accumulative point jade and leave. What? Do you want us to make a move on you? Tong Qishan waved his hand helplessly at Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian did not respond, he began to feel a little impatient. His voice was low as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled. Tong Qishan and Hongji were stunned when they saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. What are you smiling about? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, both of you seem like decent people. In that case, I won't make a move on you. Both of you, crush your accumulative point jades and leave. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian passed by the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had noticed the light screen in the middle of the courtyard. The light screen displayed the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, only the top 100 were displayed on the light screen. Even so, Duan Lingtian managed to memorize the names on the light screen and the names of the grade 6 celestial mansions they belonged to. Hongji, Tong Qishan. He did not see any of their names on the light screen. In other words, both of them were not ranked in the top 100 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, even if both of them joined forces, they would not pose a threat to him. Naturally, it was not impossible for both of them to be ranked in the top 100 of the southern heaven ancient realm, since they had just entered the middle realm and had not accumulated many points yet. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still did not think the two of them were very strong. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, 10 directions celestial dukes who were slightly stronger would not join forces with others since it would reflect poorly on them. He's not going to attack us? He wants us to crush our accumulative point jades. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hongji and Tong Qishan were stunned. When they regained their senses, they looked at each other as though they had just seen a ghost. This brat, could it be that he has lost his mind? It's crazy for an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, who's not even 100 years old to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Perhaps he's really out of his mind. Based on his current state, it's impossible for him to crush his accumulative point jades. It seems like we have no choice but to force him to crush his accumulative point jades. All right, let's do that. I hope that after he's eliminated by us this time, he'll come to his senses and stop sending himself to death. After Hongji and Tong Qishan exchanged a few words through voice transmission, Tong Qishan remained motionless while Hongji made his move. In their opinion, any one of them would be able to defeat this profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Buzz, 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 buzz. Hongji had comprehended the law of metal. As soon as he made his move, he used 3 profundities from the law of metal. Dazzling golden saber rays shot out and intertwined to form a saber net that shot toward Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained motionless in the face of Hongji's attack. In just a blink of an eye, Hongji's attack was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Show mercy. Tong Qishan cried out in a low voice when he saw this. He was afraid Hong Ji would kill this profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Although the profound Nether Mansion would not pursue the matter if Hong Ji killed Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian was still a young man. Moreover, it was obvious Hong Ji was a hothead. Therefore, he did not have the heart to kill Hong Ji. He's so weak? Hong Ji smiled wryly when he heard Tong Chi Shan's words. He was about to withdraw his attack. Just as the golden saber rays began to fade, Hong Ji's eyes widened as though he had seen something terrifying. It was also because of this momentary shock that he did not have time to withdraw his attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 31:27. The purple figure in the sky had already disappeared like a ghost the moment before the devastating blade light enveloped him. For this reason, the sharp saber ray missed its target and did not injure it. What technique is this? Hong Ji was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian vanishing into thin air. He even forgot to stop his attack. There he is. Following Tong Qishan's voice, Hong Ji followed Tong Qishan's gaze and saw the purple figure standing in the void 100 meters behind him. He did not know when the purple figure had appeared behind him. Moreover, the entire process was so quiet that he did not notice it at all. It was as though the purple figure had vanished into thin air and reappeared there out of thin air. Did you see how he appeared there? Hong Ji gulped before he asked Tong Qishan. No. Tong Qishan shook his head before he said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, the technique he used earlier was the teleportation profundity from the law of space. The teleportation profundity does not rely on celestial origin energy. As long as one comprehends it, one will be able to teleport 100 meters away. Naturally, the higher one's cultivation base is, the shorter the interval between using the teleportation profundity. Moreover, one can use it more often. The teleportation profundity does not rely on celestial origin energy. However, the interval between using it and its duration is dependent on one's celestial origin energy. Based on Tong Qishan's words, it was clear he had a certain understanding of the teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity? Hong Ji was enlightened when he heard Tong Qishan's words. No wonder he can appear and disappear so mysteriously. As it turns out, it's the teleportation profundity from the law of space. However, isn't the teleportation profundity the most difficult profundity to comprehend from the law of space? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to comprehend it? Hong Ji's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the purple figure in the distance again, after he finished conversing with Tong Qishan through voice transmission. He must be lucky. After comprehending the space elemental profundity, he managed to comprehend the teleportation profundity first. Tong Qishan said, however, even if that's the case, as long as his cultivation is not weaker than yours or mine, it would be impossible for us to catch up to him. However, since he's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for his cultivation base to catch up to ours. As long as his celestial origin energy is weaker than ours, it won't be difficult for us to catch up to him even if his teleportation profundity is elusive. Tong Qishan's eyes flashed as he spoke, his tone filled with confidence towards himself and Hong Ji's cultivation base. Hong Ji nodded before he looked at the purple figure in the distance. Lad from the profound Nether Mansion, I didn't expect you to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity before you're even 100 years old. However, if you think you can escape from us just because you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, then you're really too naive. Hong Ji's tone was full of pride. Escape? In the distance, Duan Lingtian, who had dodged Hong Ji's attack with a teleport, was startled when he heard Hong Ji's words. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. When did I say that I was going to escape? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider. Feel free to use all your techniques. Since you don't intend to kill me, I'll show you mercy. Duan Lingtian's smile did not change at all when he said this. Show us mercy? Hong Ji and Tong Qishan were infuriated when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Not only did an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion refuse to kill them, but he even dared to say he would show them mercy? Could he be living in a dream? Lad, It seems like there's always someone better than you if I don't teach you a lesson. In that case, I'll show you the difference between an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion and an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci Mansion. Hong Ji said coldly as he looked at Duan Tian coldly after he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light on his body surged. It was as if he had turned into a golden man made of pure gold in an instant. The golden man's body was faintly surrounded by golden lightning, emitting a cold and sharp aura from head to toe. The metal body profundity? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to tell Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's metal body profundity. The metal body profundity allowed one's body to be shrouded in a layer of metal elemental energy. It increased one's strength, speed, and other attributes. After casting the profundity of the metal body art, even if he did not use his celestial origin energy, his physical strength would still be enhanced by the metal element. Lad, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders today. I'll show you that you're not qualified to be as arrogant as you are now. Hong Ji's figure flickered, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a golden light, sweeping through the air like a golden meteor streaking across the sky. Swoosh! The golden light swept through the air as if it was not affected by any air resistance. It was as if it could completely ignore the air. The piercing profundity. Duan Tian could tell that although Hong Ji's movement did not seem to be affected by the air resistance, it was still affected by the air resistance. However, it was so small that it was difficult to detect it. This was because Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time as he moved. The piercing profundity had the ability to penetrate through the air. It could easily pierce through the air and would not be affected by the air resistance at all. Hong Ji has cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Duan Tian muttered to himself. Before I teleported, his attacks contained the law of metal's metal elemental profundity, the radiant/profundity, and the slicing profundity. Now that he's charging at me, he's casting the law of metal's metal body profundity and the piercing profundity. With Duan Tian's current strength, it was not difficult for him to see that Hong Ji had cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Duan Tian was almost certain after Hong Ji cast his technique when he got close to him. Hong Ji had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. No wonder he joined forces with someone else. As it turns out, he has only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. Duan Tian shook his head and used the teleportation profundity to dodge the attack. At the same time, he no longer stood there in a daze like before. He narrowed his eyes and disappeared from his spot again. This, in the distance, Tong Qishan, who had been observing Duan Tian from the beginning until now, was shocked. He's also a 10-direction celestial duke. This time, Duan Tian used the teleportation profundity twice in a row. The interval between each time was very short. Based on this, Tong Qishan was certain Duan Tian's celestial origin energy was at least at the level of a 10-direction celestial duke. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cast the teleportation profundity twice in such a short time. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Tong Qishan's scalp tingled when he thought about Duan Tian's age, because he knew that something like age couldn't be deceived. Only a person who was not even 100 years old would have the aura of a person who was not even 100 years old. Even a celestial emperor or a legendary divine being would not be able to fake this. Territory profundity. Duan Tian teleported again and appeared behind Hong Ji in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a territory energy that covered a 10-meter radius spread out from his body at lightning speed. Chi, 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 chi. Raging space strength slammed into Hong Ji's body, which seemed to be cast from pure gold, leaving behind numerous scars. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with holes. Confinement profundity. Distortion profundity. Before Hong Ji could react, Duan Tian cast the other 2 profundities from the law of space again. Suddenly, the void around Hong Ji paused. The space was completely confined, making him feel powerless. At the same time, the pure gold body that enveloped Hong Ji's body trembled with the sudden appearance of the twisting force in the void, and was shattered into pieces in an instant. Although Hongji was shocked by Duan Lingtian's endless tricks, he did not have the time to be shocked by the current situation. Break! Hongji roared. Golden light burst out from his body as streaks of golden saber rays appeared one after another. With a tearing and penetrating force, he wanted to break Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement. You want to break my confinement profundity? Hongji's all-out attack made Duan Lingtian feel threatened. If Hongji was allowed to attack, his confinement profundity might not be able to trap Hongji. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he waved his right hand. The next moment, rip! In the space that Duan Lingtian had imprisoned, a void suddenly split open and a terrifying space crack appeared. At the same time, buzz! A gray saber light shot out from behind the spatial rift. It was like a saber light that came from a different space. It met Hongji's golden saber light head-on. Buzz! 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 The gray saber ray and the golden saber ray raged. The former was quickly overwhelmed by the latter because there were too many of them. However, after a short moment, the golden saber light trembled again, and a gray light was revealed from within. Finally, the gray saber ray appeared again. At the same time, a space crack appeared from the tip of the saber and connected with the space crack that released it. In the blink of an eye, the space crack became longer and narrower. Then, with a tremor, it opened its mouth and swallowed the raging golden saber ray. When the space crack disappeared, the golden saber ray was completely annihilated as if it had been taken away by the space crack. That's not far away. Tong Qishan was stunned. The territory profundity of the law of space? Confinement profundity? Distortion profundity? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.